Good afternoon. As it is 2 p.m., I will call this City Council Workshop of March 23rd, 2022 to order. I am presiding today on behalf of Mayor Severance. This will be both a physical meeting location and a virtual meeting per Washington Proclamation 20-28. Masks are no longer required in council chambers or city offices. Attendees may elect to wear a mask if they choose so. A majority of city staff are participating via teleconference. Guests that are included in staff presentations will be excused from Ring Central meeting at the conclusion of the agenda item as appropriate. Today's meeting may be viewed via YouTube on channel 10/DH1090. As we have one item for action today on the agenda, will the city clerk please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Stuckey,
Present.
Councilmember Hoffmeyer,
Present.
Councilmember Evans,
Present.
Councilmember Heisen. We have someone who is entering with an iPad. It might be Councilmember Heisen, but we don't know for sure right now. Or it could be Councilmember Wiesner, who is also, there's Councilmember Wiesner right there. Good job.
Yes, present.
Thank you very much. Our first item today is a broadband update. Island County Commissioner Janet St. Clair and City Administrator Blaine Oburn will present. Take it away, guys.
I don't know if the sound, there it is, sound's on now. So I asked her to go ahead and help me with the update here, and I think we've been waiting for some update on this, so I'll let her kind of start off, and I'll take it at the end. Go ahead.
So thank you for having me. It wasn't that far. I only came from Coopville, as opposed to Camino Island. I was sharing a moment ago that Blaine and I have been in this together since 2019, when he was one of the founding members of our broadband action team. So I will go into that and go backwards a little bit as we go forward. Next slide. Oh, you're doing it. Am I doing it? Are you doing it? Boy, I never had tech assistants. Thank you. So in 2019, the Port of Coopville applied for a Community Economic Revitalization Board grant. And as an aside, I have been talking with Blaine and encouraging you as a city to consider the CURB grant process, because I think it can be helpful in some of the other items like your marina project. I sit on that board. The primary funders in that project were the Port of Coopville, the Town of Coopville, the City of Oak Harbor, Island County, and Whidbey Telecom. Next slide. And that was launched because, that's a terrible slide to see from a distance, but basically the census data has told us that in Island County we were 97% covered by broadband, that we had good broadband, 97%, that's what the census data said, and that we had at least 25.3. So any of you who live anywhere other than next door to Whidbey Telecom may have a different opinion about that, and we have been fighting both the data and have made some policy progress on addressing that inaccurate data, as well as progress in understanding where we actually do have broadband and where we need to go going forward. So we launched the broadband feasibility study to say, nope, we don't. I was in Olympia 4 years ago talking to Senator Reuben Carlisle, and he was saying, we're not giving you any more of the rural broadband dollars because you guys are 97% covered and we've already given you money. And I invited him to come visit anywhere. My house, we can't run 2 Zoom meetings out of my house, or anywhere in central Whidbey or North Whidbey, and he declined my offer to come visit. Anyway, next slide. You want me to do this? I don't know. So the other reason why we did this is that, this was before COVID, right? And what we learned in this process in COVID was just how important broadband is for educational, economic, and health equity in our county, right? Making sure we have access to the same level of services, the same types of programs, to the same outcomes that those who have robust access to broadband have. I ran into Robert May, a paramedic from Central Whidbey, last night in the grocery store, and we were talking about the importance that our paramedics play. Chief, you may agree with this, in the healthcare outcomes of the people of Island County. And once we build out these broadband networks, the next step is to begin to apply for telehealth grants. There is a strong opportunity to marry our broadband with our economic development programming that we're doing, and the schools are already pursuing these broadband programs. Last year, the legislature passed some broadband access for the schools, and I think it's important in Oak Harbor. I've been talking with Comcast and Ziply about access to their low-income broadband programs. Comcast was really an innovator in that space, and that should be coming forward as well and be available to the citizens in Oak Harbor. Next slide. Oh, I'm doing this. Theoretically, I'm doing this. Blaine and I met together back in 2019, formed the first broadband action team, and that was for the feasibility study. It included community members, the city of Oak Harbor, county people, port people. Once we completed that study and we moved into our broadband implementation plan, we reformatted and reformed this team, and now it includes the city of Oak Harbor, Blaine represents, Island County Public Works, Port of Coopville, the EDC, Sharon Sappington, Snow Isle Libraries, Lavanya Ngoyan, who is on Camino. He and I collaborate, and the Snow Isle Libraries collaborated on a grant in I have a typo, in 2020. And then what is, to me, really gratifying is we have all 4 of our major broadband providers working collaboratively with us on this. Not always perfectly collaboratively, because, you know, they're business and they have to protect their own interests, but they'll come to the table, and they've been great partners throughout all of this. I just received an email this morning from Comcast and sending me openly some of their mapping on North Whidbey and where there are holes that need to be filled in terms of broadband access. So again, very collaborative group. Oh, you guys need to have this in hard copy. Okay. Okay. Broadband feasibility study, once completed, identified that we had 5 areas of significant under and unserved areas. The number 1 in that was Central Whidbey. It was according to NTIA data, NTIA, what does that stand for? Federal program that delivers broadband. They are one of the most underserved areas in this. They also were part of the Rural Development Opportunity Fund from the feds. So they had some of the most significant gaps. Just to give you an idea of what I mean when I say Central Whidbey, if you think about going south of Coopville, maybe down to about Green Bank, up to the reserve, and over to the state parks. That'll give you an area. A lot of those are farms and areas. We've done some really detailed analysis, and they were significantly underserved. Camino Island has pockets that are completely unserved. About a third of Camino Island, the south end, has almost no service, and the business owners I know there were cobbling together service with a combination of HughesNet and 4G and you know, copper in the ground DSL, right? And so to run a business on that kind of technology was brutal. I was just out visiting the airport park on North Camino, and they were excited that they just got off 4G into a 5G, but they have no fiber access whatsoever. North Whidbey is underserved, and then gaps throughout South Whidbey and Oak Harbor. So we began to look at grants. Oh, can you pull up the Island County Broadband app? Because I want to share that at this point. So one of the things we did, the Island County commissioners did, was they put some funding into developing what was a Gantt application to begin doing workflow planning and to create a much more sort of transparent way that we can share with people. It's a dynamic plan. Every time we change or update it, it's updated. And any of you can request this link, or it's in your presentation. And so it goes through, keep scrolling up, it goes through what have we learned, what is our mapping methodology. I could put you to sleep with our mapping methodology and how we define what are and underserved. Keep going up. And so if you will just scroll through where it says, you see the blue and the gray, these are our incumbent providers. Incumbent means these are the people authorized by the Washington Utilities Commission that are our primary or our providers of first resort. And Whidbey Telecom, of course, is one of those historically. And Ziply Telecom is now one of them, simply because they bought a franchise that dates back to the 1800s. Actually, the original franchise for them predates statehood, and every time it's transferred with the company. So you can see Ziply has a pretty huge coverage as our ILEC. Scroll that up, because I want to share a little bit of stuff in here. No, not that, the other thing. See if you go to, yeah, if you can't, it's okay. I know how to work it, but it's hard to tell somebody else how to drive your go-kart. Never mind. So anyway, in this app, though, there you go. No, there you're not going.
Just go larger, hit the plus button.
Okay. So keep going to the next one. You know, I'm not going to worry about it. I don't want to waste too much of your time. In that, you can go through there and you'll see a mapping based on where we have coverage and where we don't. And the data we use is not just the census data, which is self-report. If one person in that census tract reports that they're covered, it counted as covered. Of course, that's nonsense. If a provider says we cover that, I'd like to say they're all honest and integritous folks, and they are, but sometimes they have a market reason to stretch that truth, and so I don't always, I often challenge them of, I understand you say this is a covered area, show me your maps. And so we use the maps, we walked lines, so I've had a great education in looking at all those lines hanging off poles, and the ones on the lower side are your broadband lines, and if you see a little horseshoe-shaped thing, that's telling you that there's room in that line to provide service. If you don't, it's limited. We use Ookla data, which is much more accurate data. We use Microsoft Speed data, and we use crowdsourced data through the state broadband office where people self-reported their speeds. You can keep going, sorry. You don't need to go through all of these. And actually, you can close this out and just go back to the presentation. But I wanted you to know that if you're interested in more detail, that's where you can get the maps. You can say, I live here, I want to see what your reports say about what my community and what their coverage is. As he's moving forward, because I have been meeting with federal and state legislators on this with the support of our team for a long time, and I had a real big, audacious goal. I was asked by one of our federal electeds once, you're kind of a pain, what's your big goal? And my big goal is that we have a tri-county connected fiber network that utilizes existing fiber and connects the gaps across Islands, Skagit, and Snohomish County. And the reason I want that tri-county network, the reason I think regionally, is because it will help us get to redundancy. Just like when a tree falls on a power line, you want to know, right? Island County Commissioners had this. You want to know that Puget Sound Energy has a backup plan. If we had all of us connected, because there's already a submarine line between Whidbey and Camano, it means that if we have the Cascadia quake, we can back up the system and begin providing broadband through a backhaul, through coming back in the back way. So that matters not only because people need to be connected, but it matters for ICOM, it matters for emergency services, that we create this redundant network so that if a system fails, it's not a total failure. So multiple strategies. This is actually an older slide. It's amazing how quickly things are evolving. Originally, all the money was going to mid-mile, in other words, getting fiber out to the different communities. Now all of the funding requires fiber to the premises. I prefer that because fiber that goes nowhere is a bridge to nowhere. I want to make sure our businesses and our homes are connected. Fiber hoods, which some people have done where communities have gotten together, combined their combined money in order to bring fiber to their neighborhoods. One community is Tillicum Way, tried to do that for bringing Comcast on. And then wireless extenders, which is how San Juan County did it, where they had a partnership with their local exchange provider and T-Mobile, and they held these LTE packs around to help bring broadband across. Our islands are complicated because of the topography. So there's multiple ways we can approach this. And there's multiple funding sources which have only increased, right? And we've seen tremendous increases in funding. USDA, Community Connect, USDA is now a major funder of broadband through a couple different programs. We applied for a USDA Community Connect grant in 2020. We were not successful, but we learned a lot in the process. And then we applied for a Public Works Trust Board grant, and we were awarded that grant in 2021. And that's the nearly $5 million funding we got for Central Whidbey. And then WhidbeyTel through through WIDA, they received a grant for nearly $9 million to come up on the west side of the island and up through Green Bank. So they'll be in Zipley's territory, but we're getting these guys to try to begin to play well together, because we're going to be better if we all work together on this. And there's plenty of money for I should say that. I'd like to get it all, but new funding opportunities. Those of you who've been tracking the infrastructure, the IIJA, $65 billion nationally for broadband expansion. The majority of that's going to go through NTIA, about $48 million, and some through USDA. And then $100 million just went to our state, to the State Broadband Office, CURB, and the Public Works Trust Board. The legislative session just ended with some increased funding. CURB got a little bit of that. They got about $20 million. State Broadband Office got the bulk of it. And I'm not going to go through old legislative analysis. All of the money in Washington State is through the Department of Commerce. So for those of you who go to COG, I had a meeting with the head of Mark Barkley from Department of Commerce, not Lisa Brown, and he has offered to come down and do a presentation to the Council of Governments on how all of the different funding is flowing and help us figure out how we can access that efficiently. All right, so I'm going to let you go now.
Okay, thank you.
Move this is like a mess, Blaine.
All right. I'm going to kind of take it from here, but you're welcome to stand by Commissioner St. Clair to kind of help me, because you do have some expertise, and I certainly appreciate her leadership. I'm kind of drawing on what was a great foundation here on broadband and kind of where we've been, and talking about where we can and what specific issues with Oak Harbor. So I kind of broke it down to 5 areas that I'll kind of hit on each of those 5 areas, and there's certainly more areas to talk about too, but I just tried to boil it down. So the first area here, Commissioner St. Clair touched on it a little bit, is just promoting the low income. City has Oak Harbor is a city that has people that are stressed and that have the low income that can qualify, and so there is programs out there, and I think the first thing is to educate them. So finding out what Zipley and Comcast offer, and then do some extra promoting, because a lot of times people don't have internet, but they don't realize they can get it for a lot cheaper with their lower income. So that's an easy fix there to bring people that are already connected, that are just the barrier is funding. And then the next area here is grants that was talked about. Opportunities next area, I'll go to grants in the next one, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. Next area is looking for the spots that are underserved. And certainly the state has a goal of upping everybody. Most people run at 25 down, 3 up. And the state goal was 100 down, 25 up, and there was some legislation to encourage that. I think it went through, so we'll see what the effect is of that.
120, yeah.
Yeah, to go through, to mandate it. And certainly internally, we can look for, encourage our providers now through like what Commissioner St. Clair was talking about, is going out and knowing where they are and kind of spying on them and encouraging them to do a better job and be more competitive. And then there is possibly underserved or just areas, even though we're a metropolitan area, a city, pretty dense population, there's probably areas where they just decided maybe economically that not enough people will connect and they're underserved. So we can look at doing the encouragement issue with the providers there and doing the homework. They do a lot of proprietary things, and that's what we talked about earlier. It's really hard to really see where they are, and they don't really give you the data, but there's ways to do it. And so certainly we're going to look for opportunities. And so by participating in the Broadband Action Team is a great area to get some resources. So, and then what I jumped ahead of, now we'll just, what Commissioner St. Clair was talking about was grants. So in a lot of the areas that are served within the city really aren't eligible for grants. But certainly study grants are the easy way, and that's an easy way to start with, and that's where it's been recommended that we start with. And then we'll talk about grants outside of Oak Harbor. We could certainly influence that area too. See if I can get this to work. Okay. So outside is North Whidbey, which is certainly from the study was shown to be underserved. I'll talk about our water lines towards the end here and the potential there. But certainly we can partnership, and that's what ports do. Instead of becoming a direct ISP or internet service provider, you kind of partner with, and that's what's happening in Central Whidbey, and certainly we could do that in areas just outside the city and North Whidbey area is partnership and get some grants and help those areas there. And one of the things I learned here, we don't have a port authority or a public utility, so really the major partner in North Whidbey, the municipalities, is the city of Oak Harbor and the county. So certainly we'll look for partner opportunities there. And the last area here is wet fiber. So we had the opportunity for almost nothing for Anacortes to use our water lines for a section that they wanted to connect on Fidego Island, and then to put conduit in, and part of that agreement gives us 24 strands. But there is no plan for usage. It's just really, where it doesn't really go anywhere. It's that mid-mile. And then they proposed us going and doing a phase 3, which would bring it from the bridge all the way down to our tank. The other question there is why and what's the benefit? So we did talk about possible benefits and it'll talk about it later, for leak detection, but for that kind of money to put in the fiber just for leak detection, that by itself doesn't make sense. So I guess the first area here is just opportunity that I talked about is starting off with study grants, and they're fairly easy to get, 75-25%, and so I'm looking at opportunities there and looking at Right One Up, and then get some more unique studies to Oak Harbor and North Whidbey and look at the opportunities there. And then once you have the grant, that's information you can use to qualify or to apply for partnership grants. The preference is to do kind of what Central Whidbey did, was partner with Sibley, instead of trying to take it on themselves. And certainly we can continue to look at the Anacortes model and being our own ISP. Personally, in my participation in the Broadband Action Team and talking to professionals there, it works well for Anacortes, but I just don't really feel it's the risk that we don't have the deep pockets Anacortes has, and I can't recommend it. But we can continue to evaluate that issue. If you do that, then we're a direct competitor with the other ISP providers, Comcast and Ziply and Wave, if we were to take that on. And then if we do that, the wet fiber is not how we're going to connect in the city itself. It's going to be in lines above, or there's too many valves to do wet fiber. Wet fiber really only works for those long mile areas. But certainly there's a possibility of using that wet fiber for partnership, and I think that's probably the safer way to go. But certainly more information to come on that. So in wrapping it up, now's the time to answer any questions, and both I and Commissioner St. Clair are here to respond.
Just as a quick follow-up, I'm with Blaine. I don't think Island County could be in, and we have the retail authority now given to the state. I don't know how Oak Harbor feels about that, but do you want Island County running internet? I'm not thinking that's the best idea. But what you can do in these grants is they are working on open access networks. And you could, the city of Oak Harbor, this is what Port of Coupeville did. They're the underlying owner of the fiber in that Central Whidbey grant. And the city of Oak Harbor could look at some of these combined economic grants, be the underlying owner, and then through an IRU, irrevocable use agreement, something like that, you then give the operations of that to a local provider. So, for example, you could go to Ziply or Comcast and say, we're the underlying owner, we're giving you a 20-year, 25-year agreement to own and operate, or to operate it for us, and then you take a fee off of it that comes back to your coffers. So that's what a lot of the counties and ports are doing, is they're developing these IRUs, and they get the revenue off the IRU, but they are the underlying owner. It is a brave new world for brave new souls in some ways when we look at this technology stuff. But it does allow for multiple providers to be on these open access networks.
One of the things we learn in here is the businesses, they usually do like a 3 to 5 year model. And then ports will come back and we'll do it on a municipality or county. We'll do it at a 15-year model, and then it makes a lot more sense. And if we can get grants, then it even makes more fiscal sense to take up on that risk and own that line.
Or you can just partner with one of the providers and do the grants. And those are, depending on the source of funding, depends on which grants you could partner with on those things. And, Comcast is a core provider here, but you have other providers here. We've been really working on the bat to get them to collaborate on a grant. I think that makes us more competitive. So to get Comcast and Ziply to collaborate on a grant, to get Whidbey and Ziply, I want Ziply Wave and WhidbeyTel to collaborate on Camino. It's a little like you're dancing, but it's challenging, but I think they've opened up. We had a bat in Island County, 10, 15, well, you weren't here either, 10, 15 years ago, and it didn't go anywhere because everybody was, sitting back going, I'm not going to play, I'm not going to share any of the information. The landscape's changed, both in terms of the funding, the availability, and the market, but the feds, the state is now requiring they have 100 down, 20 up speeds. Most of the providers, their goal is gig, right? Gig up, or at least 100 symmetrical, because the minute it's built, it'll be out of date. 25.3 was the goal 2 years ago. Well, that's not enough for what we're doing today, right? That's just not enough. We need much more power in these systems.
All right, council. Mr. Hoffmeyer.
First of all, Commissioner St. Clair, thank you so much for coming today. These last 3 years or so, thank you for how hard you've represented the entire county, including the city of Oak Harbor. Thank you. One of the questions I have with this is looking at the map that you had up there, and the benefit that would come with redundancy, et cetera. Looking at that same map, it looked like Anacortes may possibly benefit from that redundancy as well. It would certainly be interesting and probably worthwhile to hear from Anacortes as well. And that wet fiber, that backbone, are they willing? Does it make economical sense for them to go ahead and run that here on their dollar? Do they benefit from that redundancy enough?
It's more likely it would come through Port of Skagit, but Anacortes would definitely be a partner. Port of Skagit already has built out east, So they have taken advantage of economic development grants and other things to build east out to Cedar-Woolley, up into Concrete, Rockport, these unserved areas. They're now building out to the Sauk Seattle Tribe and Darrington, coming across. Nate Naring just secured a chunk of 530. Funny story there, not to me. They called me and said, hey, we're with you at Commissioner St. Clair. We just got a grant for 530. And I asked his LA to open a map and noticed that 530 doesn't come to Camino. I was saying 532. So, but that's examples of the regional conversations we're having, right? These are regional. So the idea would be that it would come across the Whidbey Telecom submarine line up through Camino into Snohomish County. That's why Nate and I talk regularly, up into southern Skagit and across, picking up 2 tribes, because you get extra points in these grants if you're picking up tribal entities, right? So come across the Samish, the Swinomish, pick up Anacortes, then come down Fidalgo, across north, and then come into the city of Oak Harbor, which then we start picking up the more robust networks. So that's the goal. That's likely going to require federal funding, but we'll keep working on it. Sometime if we do it piecemeal, that's fine too.
Thank you so much. Look forward to hearing more. Thanks.
Anyone else on this side? This side? I have a couple of questions. What are the school districts doing?
So the school districts, it's really challenging in the schools these days, and I don't know if any of you are following some of the school levies, but they have tech levies, right? So they, during the pandemic, had hotspots and Chromebooks that many of the school districts. And at one point, I knew where those were going in the addresses because we were using those in our mapping. There is money directly for education, but the more robust the underlying, they're not going to be fiber providers. They're not going to be they can be partners in these grants as what we call anchor institutions, like Snow Owl Library is an anchor institution. Government is an anchor institution. Fire and Rescue is an anchor institution. That's why our USDA grant was Fire and Rescue, libraries, and the county. So they're not likely to be in the same seats we are, but they will benefit. And more importantly, when you think about those kids in those homes, and you think about the Comcast 995 program, or Ziply has a program where we can get internet out to these kids' homes, that's where that's a critical piece of the puzzle for us.
So if Olympia is saying, oh, no, you're already served, how do you disprove that when the fact is it's not?
So it's the federal government that was telling us we were served. And I yell at them regularly because sometimes I do model my colleague on the board. No, don't tell her I said that. Because I love her. But so it is the federal government, and that's why we have got new policy changed on these federal grants that allows, and they'll say must be in an unserved area as defined by NTIA. And I had a cow, and I'm tired, I apologize. And I argued against that. And they have changed it to include or other data-driven information. So that's where we use Ookla, that data. That's where we use the Microsoft data, which is your computer. It has that data is all aggregated. They don't know what you're doing on your own computer, but they aggregate computer usage, right? So they have that data of aggregated computer usage. We use the state broadband and speed tests. There are other speed tests available. National Association of Counties has an app called Test It. So speed test data, any other ways that you can affirm that we're underserved. And it's constantly being updated. I have talked with Blaine about Ziply bought the federal RDOF corner above the marina. It was a piece of RDOF broadband money. I would encourage you to talk with them, look at your marina project, and think about broadband, economic development, and that as a package that you can start weaving together with both state and federal dollars to start extending the county grant you got to leverage other lines of funding and weave broadband into that. Because curb, and the feds will pay for infrastructure. Broadband is considered infrastructure. Is that helpful? Because I feel like I went like this.
No, that is. And a while back, the reason why we got such tremendous SRF loans is because
I don't know what SRF is.
it's state federal loans, it's pass-through money for our wastewater treatment plant, was because Doug Merriman did the data, and we are a rural county.
That's right.
Because we are below the minimum of the state wages. And so, to my knowledge, we still aren't over that. We are still very rural. The city, even though it's
25,000.
not quite,
Okay.
it's just under 23, but yeah, it's getting there. It's not there yet. That should still be a chip or card that we can play too, just need to combine it.
If you play the card as well, that if you disaggregate your data on economically distressed counties, we struggle with that because sometimes we don't qualify. But if you carve out South Whidbey and most of Camino, although I have areas of Camino that are definitely economically challenged, this area, your data, and especially when you look at like social vulnerability data, you're in an area between Oak Harbor and North Whidbey that definitely is distressed, right? Economically distressed, based on the data, not based on, I'm not trying to be subjective here.
Right, yeah.
And so, in my opinion, making the argument to disaggregate the data and carve out all of the multi-million-dollar homes and folks that live on the water, we're in Island County. Carve that out and allow us to stand on the real data of what our community faces and the economic challenges our community faces. To make that argument in your narrative, I think is important, even if we as a county no longer count as a distressed county. You can make the argument in Oak Harbor and North Whidbey that you do count as a distressed county.
Anyone else? You've given us a lot to think of, and a lot of our new members have no idea because they weren't here when we started this a long time ago.
Yeah, and I want to thank
So-
Oak Harbor for being one of the first partners to step up on our curb grant.
No problem. Well, thank you for your presentation and your time. And thank you, Mr. O'Byrne, for it also. All right, next agenda item, action item, utility rate study. Finance Director David Goldman will present this action item. Please, sir.
Share the screen. All right, I'd like to introduce Sandra Place, Central Service Manager, to start out the presentation.
Thank you, David. Today, we're going to be presenting the 2022 utility rate study. Next slide, please. On October 20 of 2020, the City Council adopted a utility rate study for the years of 2021 and 2022. This was performed by HGR Engineering. At that time, the wastewater, the storm drain, and the solid waste rates were adjusted. The water rate stayed level. The consultant also communicated to council that the rate adjustments will need to be done again necessarily going forward from 2023. Since rate adjustments were only adopted for 2021 and 2022, this is why we are warranted to have another request for proposal. Next slide, please. The RFP was written to require reviewing of the financial results of the utilities since the last rate study was adopted and to provide scenarios where utility rates should be in 2023 through 2025. The goal of the study was to assure that we have adequate funding of the utility operations and maintenance, as well as capital needed while developing rates that are fair and equitable to all classes of our customers. To accomplish this goal, a comprehensive rate study for each utility must be conducted. Next slide, please. At the end of this process, the water, sewer, storm drain, and solid waste rates, the system development fees, and the connection charges will be recommended that meet the financial objectives of the city and which are cost-based and equitable. In addition, the study will also review the financial results of the last utilities rate study that was adopted and provide scenarios going forward for the 2023 to 2025. Next slide, please. So we went out for a request for proposal. The City of Oak Harbor issued a request on January 29th. We solicited from 28 companies off of the MRC rosters. In addition to that, we went to the Seattle Daily Journal of Commerce and the Whidbey News Times for additional 2 weeks and we posted it on the city website under the bids and proposals. We received 3 proposals on February 23rd. At that time, 6 staff members conducted an evaluation of the technical criteria as below. So things like the understanding of our desires, the general approach, completeness of their work that they submitted in their proposal, their experience with projects of similar complexity and our functions, qualifications on their staff that would be assigned to this project, and that they demonstrated the ability to perform high quality work to control our costs and to meet our schedules. This is a chart of our evaluation. The first one just shows you where they rated based on those technical criteria. The yellow indicates the top picks for each of those evaluators, and down below shows that 3 of the 6 chose FCS Group to bring forward to City Council for recommendation. Next slide, please. At this time, I'm going to toss it back to David Goldman, and he'll finish up our presentation.
Thank you, Sandra. So the highest ranked proposal was from FCS Group, and Chris Gonzalez from FCS Group is a guest tonight, and he is available to watch the presentation, listen to feedback, and answer any questions you may have. The FCS Group, oh, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, no, I was just getting ready in case I needed to say anything.
All right. So the FCS Group has performed over 3,000 utility finance and rate development projects for local communities. They defined revenue requirements with comprehensive financial modeling tools. They performed long-term capital management strategies and also developed full cost of service rate studies, in addition to other items as well. They did provide a disclosure. The FCS Group, they informed the city of a perceived conflict of interest involving an FCS Group staff member, as you see there on the screen, who has a family relationship with a city official. That staff member is expressly excluded from the proposal and will have no involvement or influence in any manner in the execution of this project or its final deliverables. And the city official was not involved in the proposal evaluation. The funding for the rate study will be similar to how previous rate study costs were handled. They'll be allocated across the 4 utility funds by the number of utility accounts. So it's approximately 25%, give or take a few percentages per utility fund. So with that, I open the floor to any questions, deliberations, suggestions, and I have 2 suggested motions on the screen for the City Council to consider.
Julie, has there been any receipts of public comment?
No, there's been no comment from the public on this item. I would like you to be able to note that Councilmember Heisen did join the meeting during Commissioner St. Clair's presentation.
Oh, good. Thank you. Is there anyone in the public today that would like to make a comment about this agenda item? Is this base rate? Introduce yourself, please.
Live at 351 Northeast Noonan Loop, Oak Harbor. Is this the base rate for the sewer is 122 and then everything else is added to it?
This will be a survey of all the utilities together, and they'll consider if what has been done in the past and what's going forward, and considering equitable for all our ratepayers and also for the city to be able to maintain it. And we have to, pay for the water that we're charged. I mean, by Anacortes, there's no way of getting around that. So this is what it is, just a study to be sure what we're doing is correct and checking it. So it's not making a decision on what we're doing or not. It's just hiring someone to please look at all the data and give it back to us.
Well, like I've said before and other people have said, this is becoming an astronomical burden on the taxpayers. Whether we liked it or not, we got bought into this. You can't keep going up, and as things change with the economy, this is beginning to be past the point of no return. When you're talking a small house, 2 adults, not kids, you're talking $195 a month for everything. Something's got to give around here because you keep pushing this up, which it will be. So that's all I'm saying. You know, we have to actively look. And when we're talking about the water in Anacortes, other counties have it so that seniors have a discount on their rate. Maybe it's $4, but we don't have anything to offer anybody to, you know, if they're low income, to give them a break because with everything else going up, there's no way. People are going to be shutting off their water pretty soon at the rate everything's going up. And that's my greatest concern when you're looking at it. Somewhere we got to figure out how we can make this so it's affordable because this isn't right for people, especially people with children. This is not right. This is way too much money. And that's just how I feel, and I don't know how we can solve it, but we need to think of something outside the box. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. All right. No one else from the audience at this time? All right, I'll start over here with Mr. Wiesman, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Goldman, or maybe the person we have from FCS can answer this question. If we were to initiate this contract, what kind of timeline would we have to get the project started? And I guess more specific, I guess my comments first so you guys can get where I'm going with this and maybe you can help guide me. You know, we have a brand new public works director that's just coming on board with us, you know, that we actually have a lot of high hopes for, right? The guy who reduced sewer rates in Snohomish County or kept them steady for 10 years, right? And I think we owe it to him and his team to have the ability to come in and kind of get a handle on the cost side of things. You know, we've always looked at the revenue side of these things through the rate study, and we've always kind of accepted the costs as being what the costs are. You know, we've now got a couple of years of operation under our belts with the sewage treatment plan, and, you know, a lot of costs that we're estimating, such as increased power cost, increased cost of membrane cartridge changes, you know, additional membrane cartridges. Those were all estimated costs, and those were all costs that we built into those previous utility rate studies. We now have those costs kind of ironed out, I think. You know, we were a couple of years under our belt. We also have, you know, the opportunity to look at those costs each and every time we're doing a rate study and examine those costs and look at if there's ways that we can shave on those costs. You know, are we projecting membrane changes too often, right? You know, are we finding that we don't have to change them as often and therefore we don't need as much money for future membrane changes? You know, I think giving the new public works director the opportunity to come in, get a handle on each of these departments is going to be an important part in this utility rate study because otherwise we're dealing, number one, with estimated costs still moving forward, and number two, we've really not given him a chance to take a look at those funds and how they operate and those ongoing costs, which are the other equation of the rate study. You know, it's not just about you know, figuring out the revenue side. It's that cost side. And so with that in mind, Mr. Goldman, or the folks from FCS, I guess what I'm looking for is how long a time do we have before we would actually physically need to start this rate study, understanding that our plan is to be able to get the information back, examine it, get public comment on it and everything before we act on it, as well as give the public any notice of any rate changes that may be occurring in 2023. Long question. Hopefully you have a short answer.
All right. Well, thank you for that question. In the RFP, we put together a very aggressive schedule. We were asking for the rate consultant to look at all the data from the last 2 years, to look at our capital improvement plan, and take that information and also apply, you know, best practices from other organizations that they've taken a look at throughout the state of Washington and beyond, and to come up with a preliminary draft by the summertime. And then we would bring it to City Council, show it to the City Council. We'd also have outreach at that time as well, and we would try to go back and forth a bit, figure things out, and come to the council sometime in the fall to implement either lowered rates, keeping the rates the same, or other types of adjustments in time for the 23-24 budget. However, if that time is too aggressive, we could stretch it out a little bit further and see where we go as far as keeping better control on the operating expenses within the different utilities that we do have. A large portion of the utility rates do pay for the operations and maintenance that is required for, our water lines, our water service, wastewater service as well, solid waste, and storm drain. For the wastewater fund in particular, about 55 to 60% of the rates do pay for the debt service that we took out to build the wastewater treatment plant. That's larger than the other funds. The other funds, the larger portions tend to be, just operations and maintenance. So with that in mind, being able to take a close look at operations to see where we can create efficiencies, maybe there's services that overlap between the different funds that can be, optimized perhaps. Those kind of things are important to taking a look at the expense side of how we do business.
Thank you for that, Mr. Goldman, and that's where you would get my support, right? If we had a timeline in this in which we were giving our new Public Works Director an opportunity to come in and get a handle on those things before we jumped into this rate study, I think it's very important that we look at that expense side and we look at it very carefully, before we start looking at the revenue side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesner. Mr. Hoffmeyer.
With regards to this rate feasibility study, additional things that need considered as part of this rate feasibility study are the continuation of at least $400,000 annually being transferred from the general fund to stabilize utility rates. Additionally, we'd be remiss if we overlooked the expense side of the equation that Councilor Wiesner was commenting on. Really, I think we go into this with a 5% reduction in operational cost with regards to the clean water facility. It's an essential step that we must take, and we must account for it. And as Finance Director Goldman just mentioned, the debt service. As we continue to move through this meeting, and I think it was with regards to a worksheet that David put out last night, I think it was, with some general fund money that was getting cleared up through the ARPA money, I guess. Is there room to pay that debt service down a little, as well as something else we need to look into? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffmeyer. Anyone else on this side?
Mr. Goldman, I can kind of follow up with Councilmember Hoffmeyer's point here. What you're talking about is scenarios, and certainly the rate study will allow us to do it. So when we had the $400,000 one-time contribution, we were able to look at both options and provide that to the council. So certainly if the council wants to bring forward scenarios, we can do that. And kind of tying with Councilmember Wiesner's comment here with the new Public Works Director, I'm certainly excited to come forward, but we also have a new finance director, and David Goldman comes up with a lot of great ideas and divides it into other scenarios of what's operating and what's class. And so I think we can take a tighter study here and really look at it. And certainly, I can't offer, certainly setting goals is good, but certainly this will allow us, the study will allow us opportunities to really dissect and look at opportunities. And I know we looked at capital projects, and that's one of the reasons why we pulled the interpretive center off was to try to minimize the rate increases, and certainly those are good goals.
Mr. Schuler, I have a couple of questions for you. So as Mr. Wiesner said, he's expecting a wizard that's come to Oak Harbor land. No pressure. And I know you've only had 3 days on the job, or almost 3 days on the job. But in your personal experience at this point, would the rate study going on as soon as possible, but also giving you time to look at things, be good if they're like paralleling each other, or would it be better to give you time to look at things first and then have the rate study? I was just kind of how best to use our money. We need a rate study. I don't think anyone will disagree at that. But how we tackle it is a little bit different. So from your perspective, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, but from looking at things, you've heard comments. I don't know, should they go parallel, or should we give you a certain amount of time in your staff? Or should we do the rate study and then have you look at it and pick it apart and see? We're looking for some other guidance, please.
Very good, and it's a very excellent question. So I think the timing of this that I heard from Mr. Goldman is perfect. You know, this summer, we're going to try to get all that information together and get that preliminary data. So that works with what my initial expectations on day 3 would be. So I think this schedule, and then if we had the freedom that if we wanted to look at some more things and spend, you know, September, October to really kind of fine tune some of that information before we went over it with you one more time, then, so as long as there's some flexibility in that schedule, I can't promise that now without having kind of dived into it to see how much effort that's going to take. But certainly it appears on initial that this is a very good schedule and I should be able to work with this just fine.
Excuse me, can I add to that?
Yes.
Yes, please.
This is Chris Gonzalez with FCS Group. So, especially given the time frame that Mr. Goldman laid out for the kind of getting the whole study done, I do want to state that, you know, it's a very comprehensive scope, and the financial plan is only part of that. I mean, we also need to look at your system development fees, connection charges, and that's all stuff that we can focus on in the near term, you know, while that review of the operating costs is going on the city staff side. And so I would say as much time as we can possibly have to, you know, get done what we can get done now, and then obviously address the concerns by the time we're done, minimizing the amount of iterations that we're doing. You know, for example, if we use the current budget and then there are changes later, you know, all of that's going to ultimately help keep the cost down and get us the best information with the you know, least amount of effort.
And may I add that
Please.
the city is looking at a very good consulting firm. I have worked with FCSG Group out of Redmond's office for, 15, 16 years. And so they will be a great partner with the city.
Okay, and I guess I have one more question for Mr. Goldman. Please. David? So some things have been said that other cities have a way of either doing a senior rate, and I would imagine this would depend on evidence of income. I know that, not publicized, but if someone has trouble with their paying their utilities, they can come to the utility office and something has always worked out. You know, especially like, let's say they're on a dialysis and they have to have water. Their water will never be shut off, but they work things out. So I didn't know in a rate study, if you also look at other comparable cities, if they have ways of also looking at rates and how that's done.
Well, we do actually offer seniors who are low income a discount on their utilities. Chaz Webster's on the line, and she can go into more details on that. But typically when a rate study consultant takes a look at the rates, you know, they look at the revenues, they look at the expenses, and they try to design a rate structure which takes into account any kind of discounts or any kind of special rates into that rate structure. So when they're designed, they recover the appropriate amount of cost in order to continue the operations of that particular utility. But Chaz can definitely go into more details as far as what we do offer for low-income seniors.
All right, thank you. Mr. Evans?
So looking at the information here, we had a study done in 2020. Is there something that we're expecting that's going to be substantially different? Because that study shows that it made recommendations through 2024.
I think
Yeah, it does have oh, sorry.
Go ahead, David. You got it.
Oh, yeah, it does have recommendations through 2024. It does have projections actually out to 28 or 29. The first 2 years were adopted by the City Council by Ordinance 1899 back in, I think, October 20th, 2020. And I think the idea was to see how things, you know, how the actual costs are compared to the projections that were built into the rate study were for 20 and 21. and also see how the revenues, how the revenues were coming in as well, and take another look at it around this time, just to kind of see what would be needed and where the rates might have to be for 23, 24, and 25. And as part of the RFP, we did ask for the people who are bidding on the RFP to provide different scenarios. There might be a scenario where the rates go down. There might be a scenario where they just stay even for a few years, or there might be a scenario where they go up. And what would be the ramifications of those different scenarios, and what type of capital projects would be included, or what type of operational costs would be included in those different types of scenarios. There also might be a different type of rate structure that might be possible. I'm not saying this would be something we can do, because I'm not sure if we have the data for this, but working in other states, I do remember that wastewater charges were charged differently depending on the number of bathrooms that a residential unit had. So for example, a 1-bathroom residential unit might be charged a lower rate than a 2 or 3-bathroom residential unit. I'm not sure if that's possible here. I mean, it was a different state with different laws, and there might be different data that that place had, but that might be kind of the idea, to take a look at different rate structures that are throughout the state of Washington that are legally allowed, and see what best practices and what ideas we can implement here, and see what the public thinks and what the city council thinks about those different scenarios.
Yeah, just to add, Councilmember Evans, your response there, you did raise that is an option. I mean, certainly the council could not do this study, and we can turn around and just use the information we already had provided. I think we want to give an option to look at it freshly and look at other ways to do the charges. So certainly you can weigh the pros and cons, and you have both options available, or just going back and utilizing the study that was kind of a long term. But we think a lot of things have changed on it, so that's why we were recommending a fresh look. But certainly that's an option to utilize the previous material.
And the reason I ask is the amount of money that we spend on studies alone is amazing. If we are going to do this study, one thing I would like to see included would be stormwater impact fees, because we're not currently charging those, and I think that's something that could be included. Thank you.
Mr. Stuckey, please.
You stole a little of my thunder there, because I was going to make a similar comment. $122,000, all this little money adds up, and studies do cost money, and sometimes they're necessary, sometimes it's a nice to have. As far as the second group there, HDR, which looks to be pretty close in your metrics, do we know a total of what they would want, what they bid at?
Sandra, I think you'd be best to answer this.
Yes. No, we do not have that, because that was not part of the proposal as far as the criteria. It was based on technical criteria, and per our RFP, in order to ask for that, we would have to reject the first one and then enter negotiations with the second one. And I will add in there that they did have, their hours were less than what FCS is doing, so we would have to compare those by apples and apples too. It wouldn't just be the total cost. We'd have to see what their hours were versus what they charged.
So with those restrictions, is it possible to see what the next, because they're pretty close, I'm looking at them. Is it possible to reject the first one, ask the second one, and then if that comes out high, reject that and go back to the first?
No, you cannot do that. If you reject the second one as well, then you could go to the third, or you would start all over again.
Okay.
And that would have to be part of your criteria, is what you're saying is that price is the most important thing. That if so, we would have done an invitation to bid at that point, but we based it on the criteria, the technical criteria, to get the best qualified consultant for the job.
Fair enough. I'm just a little concerned, having had a study recently. I mean, we're talking about how $400,000 was moved from the general budget to offset utility increases. Well, there's over 25% right there. So I just hesitate when it hasn't been 10 years since the study was done. I understand that things have changed. Have things changed enough to justify $122,000? That's the question, I suppose. Thank you.
If the board, since I am a council member, I think this is really good to have it now, because when these rates were done, we really didn't have data on how the plant was operating. We didn't know. We were supposing a lot of things, assuming. by Grafs and Daughter and also someone else who was good in this field, not this company. But now we have almost 3 years worth of data on how it's operating, how fast the city is growing, what the economics is at this time, and what our bill is for water from Anacortes and other things. So yes, it isn't 10 years and it's not ideal, but if we wait 10 years and we keep going on the slide that we're going on, it's a gotcha. So yes, it's only been a few years, but I think we would be wise to spend this money, and with the help of our Public Works Director, who has done this before, and he's familiar with this company. And since they're close together in price, I would think we should do this because now we have factual data.
Is that who
And
did the first study?
No, don't believe so.
And if I could, I know I'm kind of interjecting myself in here too early, which, I'm trying to only listen and not take action. But I think this is a good point to talk. Mayor Pro Tem Munns brings up a good point. We eventually need this data. But I can tell you, if I'm hearing from some of the council too, if we did want to table this, knowing we have to move forward with this, and I can't do all the work that Financial Services Consulting Group does. There's things like coverage that you have to have on your bonds, which is very financial, but I can help work with you and work with staff to get kind of some of this coalesced and then use that to then jump off to get a very specific scope of work with Financial Services Consulting Group, so that we spend a little more time to fine tune that scope before we kind of pull the plug with them. And so that is certainly an option. We still have to do this, but that is something that I could work on now, knowing that we'll come back and need to do this later on. So we're not going to avoid this cost, but it would help us to better fine tune the scope in the future and know exactly what we're trying to accomplish. And I can't do that on my third day, but I could do that, in 60 to 90 days.
Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I make a motion?
Please.
Okay. I move to authorize the Mayor Pro Tem to sign the professional services agreement with FCS Group Incorporated for utility rate study services for a not-to-exceed amount of $122,715.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Hoffmeyer and a second by Ms. Heisen. It's stated as printed. And I will call for other comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thanks for that interjection. And no, it is important for you to interject early on anytime you feel comfortable. So thank you for that. I can't support the motion as named, but I would support the motion if we had a little time. Again, I absolutely agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. We need to do this. There's no doubt about it. We need to do this with the real factual figures. The last time we did it, even though it's only been 2 years ago, those figures were, we didn't know what the actual power bill was going to be. We didn't know exactly how many membranes we were going to need, how often we were going to have to change them. So there was a lot of numbers put in there. I agree also with my Councilmember Stuckey. Are there enough changes that have occurred in the last 2 years to justify a new rate study? And I guess that's the question I don't have the answer to, and I don't know that anybody has the answer to. And that's when I look at our Public Works Director and I say, has there been enough changes in the last 2 years to justify this study? And I know that's a totally unfair question to ask you on your third day. I assume you probably don't know the answer to that. So I'm just asking for a little more time, understanding that we've got a timeline to get this done by the end of the year, but I think we have a few months here to get our Public Works Director in there so that we're dealing with real figures, right? So that he has the opportunity to take a look at those areas within our budget that he may be able to have an effect upon. I'm not expecting miracles. I'm not expecting you to go in and say everything needs to be changed. I quite frankly, I think the folks over our Public Works Department do a really, really good job and are very fastidious with the city dollars, right? But I want to make sure that we're dealing with true figures, true ongoing future costs, and I'd like to have that, I guess you to have that opportunity for all of us to be able to have a conversation a couple months from now as to things that you think maybe that could have an effect upon those. You get it. This is a very tenuous deal we're doing here, and you know, we owe it to the ratepayers at $122,715 cost to be dealing with accurate and real numbers, and why we certainly have accurate and real numbers from what the last 2 years of operation are. We really maybe don't have accurate and real numbers moving forward as to things that possibly we could do a little different that could have a true impact upon these rates. And every dollar at this point does count. And you know, a few $1,000s here and a few $1,000s there could considerably add up to something. I'd also like to, I think, have an opportunity to have further discussions internally and with our new Public Works Director about other billing scenarios, you know, such as storm drain impact fees and such as what Mr. Goldman brought up, you know, how some municipalities don't have the sewer bill tied directly to the water bill, right? I mean, you get it, it penalizes anybody who waters their lawn, right? And I get why there should be a penalty, but there's a penalty for them paying for the water, and then there's a penalty of them paying a sewer bill on top of that penalty for water in their yards. So that's my 2 cents. You know, if we could all leave here with the understanding that we're approving a contract, but on a timeline that gives our Public Works Director time to get in there and do his thing, I'd support that. You know, if we're going to move on a summer timeline, it's just something I can't support just because I don't know that we're going to have the figures as accurate as I would like them to be, especially on expense. And if we all remember back, and I appreciate Mr. Hoffmeyer, not to beat this much more to death, but I appreciate the comment about the 5%, because that's what we had asked from all of our departments during the last budget cycle. We'd asked all the departments to come forward with those cuts, and there was a certain area that didn't come forward with any cuts, and that was the enterprise funds. You know, that still kind of sits with me a little bit, and I just, you know, I just think there's things out there we can do to make sure that we have the right figures when doing this study. Thank you.
Mr. Evans.
I have to agree with Councilmember Wiesner that, you know, I do think that we need some time. We need to give our Public Works Director a chance to narrow this scope into something that is going to best utilize the dollars that we're going to spend on the study. So if we do approve the motion as made, we're going to be signing an agreement with the current scope of work, where I would really like to give the Public Works Director, Schuler, 90 days to put his information together, come back with a new scope of work, and then that's something that I could definitely support. Thank you.
Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm a little concerned with delaying this, just given the current time frame. It goes to October already. So if we kick this any further down the road, then we're looking at into 2023, and are we going to be able to balance or to create a budget, pass a budget if we don't get this at least started? As the newest council member, I'm not comfortable setting rates without having some kind of a study. And the current study is, to the best of my knowledge, shows that we have to increase our rates next year, and that's problematic for me. You know, we've heard and we hear time and time again that the rates are an issue. So if we have the ability to look at it and potentially save, at least not having to increase the rates, or at least leave them the same, then I think we owe it to the FSC group to try to do that and work with Mr. Schuler on doing that. They've already said that they could put other projects ahead of this particular, you know, they're looking at connection fees and those kinds of things. So there are other scopes of this that they could be working on, so Mr. Schuler has the time to get some of this information together. But my concern is Mr. Goldman's already admitted this is an aggressive timeline, and so if we don't get started on this sooner than later, we're going to be into 2023 and not able to pass a budget. So that's why I would support the motion. And then the other part of this is, if we were to agree to this, part of there's a lot of meetings scheduled. There's 19 meetings scheduled. I would love to see at least one or two of those meetings be public meetings, not necessarily council meetings, but where we actually have an open house, a workshop, where we can have the people from the FSC group come and explain why we are where we are. You know, what if we have to increase our rates, why we have to increase our rates, if we're allowed to keep them the same, why. You know, and so it's not just we're not counting on the public just to be watching council meetings in order to get that information, but we're actually going to be aggressive in providing that information to the public. So I'd like to see that included in there if we approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goldman,
So,
I see your
all right,
hand.
thank you. Just to add a little context to the last three comments, we did rate the contract, so it expires in the middle of 2023, because we did anticipate there might be some concern with the aggressive timeline. If the rates end up being adopted in 23 instead of 22, we would just approve the biennial budget without the rates, and we would do a budget amendment sometime in 23 to include the rates and the accompanying expenses or reduction in expenses depending on what those rates are. As far as public outreach goes, as part of the submittal package, the FCS group did submit an option, which is not included in this price, to provide public outreach services with somebody that has worked on specific public outreach for utilities type studies in the past. That would be an additional cost, though, and of course we have an excellent public outreach area here within the city. So those are some additional options as well.
Mr. Hoffman? Mr. Schuler, if I understood you right on my question, you thought it would be a good idea to have them parallel to go, that you didn't necessarily needed your 90 days first and then to have this. Okay, just trying to make sure everybody's on the same page, everybody heard the right thing.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, sir. Appreciate. Ms. Heisen, do you have any other questions or comments at this point, since I can't see your hand?
I do not, thank you.
All right, I will call for the question. All in favor, please raise your hand or say aye. No, I asked. That's all right. My mistake. All right, all in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Heisen's vote is aye.
Okay, all opposed then. Okay, unanimous. Oh, no, you didn't vote?
Nope.
Sorry, two, sorry.
I'm sorry, who was opposed, Councilmember?
Councilman Wiesner
Oh,
and
thank you,
Stuckey.
Councilmember Stuckey, thank you.
All right, the ayes have it. All right, our next item is engineer Alex Warner for the web fiber update, another item.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is going to circle back to the first point of order at this meeting. We're going to go into a bit more depth on the wet fiber effort that we have here at the City of Oak Harbor. This is a joint effort with the City of Anacortes. And I also have on the line Chris Price, our water supervisor, and with Anacortes, Tim Homan, the engineering services manager. So what is wet fiber? This is also known as pipe in pipe. It's putting a conduit within an operational water main and for the express purpose of deploying fiber optic cable within that new conduit. That's how you get to the term wet fiber. It utilizes the existing water main that's in the ground, so it's a, quote, trenchless technology. It reduces construction costs. You're not having to run a conduit for miles and miles. You're just deploying it within an existing utility. So at this time, I'd like to have Tim jump in here and explain to what Anacortes has been able to achieve with their wet fiber effort.
Yep. Thanks, Alex. Thank you, members of the council. My name's Tim Holman. I'm the engineering services manager for the city of Anacortes. The wet fiber project is actually being run by our water system manager, Brian McDaniel, but he's on vacation this week, so he asked me to come. He and I are little bit tag teaming it, so I'm involved in the project too. But like Alex said, he wanted me to share with you some of the successes we've seen here at the City of Anacortes. And as you see on the slide, one of the big ones we like to share that we view as our municipal fiber system. But I'm going to loop back to that in a little bit. So I wanted to share with you kind of a little background why we even have wet fiber, why we were looking at that, how we got in the fiber business. So our fiber system kind of started initially as conceived. We're on an island, much like you folks, and topography wise, we have a little bit of problems with our telemetry system. We have pump stations on the west side that don't always communicate well with our plant here closer to downtown. We have a water plant, which is 20 some miles away in Mount Vernon. And it also has trouble, connecting at times with the radio system or the even cellular system that we had to connect to our water tanks. And as Alex, I'm sure, can attest, that causes operational difficulties. So we were looking at an option to connect all of those systems telemetry-wise with a fiber optic system. And then obviously the biggest challenge is how do we get that connection between town and our water plant over in Mount Vernon. So that's when our Public Works Director, Fred Buckmeyer, did some investigating, and he looked worldwide, and he found a system that was being used in Spain through a company in England that were installing fiber optics in the water line. Fred said, "Hey, we already have water lines that run from Mount Vernon to town. Why don't we run our fiber in that?" So we contacted that company. They came out, taught our crews how to install fiber in our water lines. And after dealing with a few challenges, we kind of, when they got here and heard that our water lines were 36-inch water lines, they said, "Oh, we've never done that size before." So we helped work with them, refine that process. And as the slide says, we were the first one in the U.S. We actually like to say we're the first one in North America that used this technology and actually helped to refine that technology and improve upon it once they got here. That quickly led, once we got that fiber line from Mount Vernon out to Anacortes, that quickly led to a lot of kind of other opportunities that we found, and they're still coming. We on a regular basis run into more and more opportunities that come up. A couple of those that exist is obviously we have now all of our pump stations, all of our water pump stations, all our water tanks, all of our sewer pump stations are all connected via fiber optic with zero downtime. That helps us operationally a whole lot. That allowed us to have the backbone built throughout town. I think I wanted to get back to something that you heard in that first presentation from Mr. Oborn. We use this wet fiber, he's correct. We use this in our transmission lines from Mount Vernon to town, and we're looking to extend them down to the Deception Pass Bridge and the project that we're working on with Alex. But when we get in town, we do more conventional installation. So we also, but we do have that telemetry backbone built all around town. So we have also, we're currently putting in an automated meter reading service. So that's going to be that's all our water meters in town will be able to be read instantaneously from City Hall. And that's helping with our with leak detection on the homeowner side. We're actually able to we have a website and web data that shows us when meters are running 24 hours a day, indicating a leak on the customer side of the meter, and we're able to get out ahead of those before the bills go out, or when the bills come back and people say, "Hey, my bill went up," we're able to verify that data in real time. That automated meter reading, although it's electronic from the meter to collection points, the collection point to City Hall connection is all built on that fiber optic telemetry system. And then that gets us, since we have a backbone built all around town, that gets us to what you see on the slide, our municipal fiber system. So once we were able to get that to town, our council decided that it was the right answer for Anacortes to get into the fiber business. They looked at multiple options. They looked at partnering with some other fiber providers, things like that, and they decided to run a fiber municipal fiber system. We currently have around about 1,200 customers in process. We've got a fiber build out on roughly half the town, and we expect to have the rest of that built out over the next 2 years. So I believe they like to tout, we're about a 35% take rate, and everywhere we have gotten that fiber build out completed. And that leads us to one more thing that I was sharing with Alex, and he said, yeah, talk about that, is that fiber municipal fiber system, which once again was built on this wet fiber system and getting to town, gave us the opportunity to sell dark fiber leases. So we actually work with not only we have dark fiber leases with multiple of our industries in town, with our hospital. We're working on one, I believe, right now with the extension of Western Washington University that's in town, as well as actually some of the internet providers, although they don't necessarily like to know that, but they're bringing fiber into town from using our fiber and then distributing it from there. So that's our competition, but we're also getting a lease payment from them to assist with the funding of our fiber. So that's kind of a few of the successes, but yeah, I wanted to leave you with one more thing, is that every day, the fact that we have fiber run to town, we're coming across new opportunities and new ways to make that better for the citizens of our city. I'll turn it back to Alex.
Thank you, Tim. That's a lot of exciting opportunities here that we have. I do know our water supervisor, Chris, has a previous obligation at 3:30, so unfortunately he won't be able to stick around for questions, but we'll do our best to answer your questions in his absence. So some history on this project. In August 2020, there was an agreement between the City of Oak Harbor and Anacortes. City Council authorized City of Anacortes to lease space within our 24-inch water main from Sharps Corner to Deception Pass Bridge for the purpose of installing the conduit and 144 strands of fiber optic cable. So under the agreement, the City of Oak Harbor grants Anacortes the leasehold interest to maintain the conduit and fiber lines in the pipe for the life of the 24-inch water main. So in exchange for the leasehold, the City of Anacortes will grant the City of Oak Harbor exclusive use of 24 of the 144 fiber cables in the conduit, and they will install the conduit and fiber in the City of Oak Harbor's 24-inch water transmission main between Sharps Corner and the Rockbridge Intertie, which is just south of Deception Pass Bridge, at no cost to the city for future installation of fiber optic cables to be owned by the City of Oak Harbor. So this project is broken up into several phases. This was a map that Commissioner St. Clair and Administrator Oborn shared earlier. Phase one of the project, it was completed in 2020 and installed access points that are necessary around our water valves, bends, and every 3,000 feet of our water main. That was installed from the Rock Bridge to Cass Lake. Phase 1B is going to install the access points from Pass Lake up to Sharps Corner. We were just issued a week ago the permit from WashDOT to allow us to proceed with that work, or to allow Anacortes to proceed with that work. And that's necessary because all this work is being done within WashDOT SR20 right-of-way. Phase 2, which we are working with Anacortes now on the permit application, is to deploy the fiber optic cable and the conduit from Sharps Corner to the Rock Bridge. So there's several locations here I'll get into more detail in a minute, where the conduit does need to travel outside of the water main is near Lunds Road, the bridge at Lunds Road. There's a section through the Campbell Lake intersection where we're going overhead, and the overhead is necessary because there are some sections of our water main that are right in the travel lanes of the highway, and WashDOT does not allow for those access points to be installed in the travel lanes. Phase 3 is the responsibility of Oak Harbor, and that will be installing all of these conduits and access points and fiber from the rock bridge to our north reservoir. So we have the water line map shown here for the wet fiber installation. As I said, the phase 1 was completed in 2020. Phase 1B, we are working now to have a pre-construction meeting to get Anacortes out, starting that work soon. Phase 2 will be that installation of the strand fiber. And phase 3 is for the city of Oak Harbor. So here's a detailed look at the access points are labeled by 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. Those are known as breakouts as well. The yellow you see on the map are trenching that is outside of the water main that is necessary in several locations. The red is the overhead where the fiber optic cable will actually be traveling outside of the pipe on poles overhead adjacent to the highway. And so the cost breakdown for this is 1A, 1B, and 2 are all the responsibility of Anacortes through that agreement. Phase 3 is the responsibility of Oak Harbor. We estimate to be about $600,000. And then there's an additional leak detection component we can pursue, estimated to be approximately $410,000. Timeline, phase 1A was completed in 2020. Phase 1B, we just issued that permit a week ago, so we look to have that completed in 2022. Phase 2 will be 2022 or 2023. And phase 3, we really need to start looking at the scope and again, working with our new Public Works Director, Mr. Schuler, to get a better idea of cost and schedule for that phase 3 component. So in summary, the project will provide the fiber optic cable within the City of Oak Harbor's 24-inch water main from Anacortes to our North Reservoir. This fiber optic cable can be used for internet service, data transfer, telemetry, water main leak detection, among other things. And pending approvals, it could be completed by 24, but again, I want to spend some time with Mr. Schuler to really get a good idea of when we can have that final product delivered to the City of Oak Harbor. So with that, I can field any questions for you.
Thank you, Alex. Are there any public comments on this part?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we received no public comments.
Are there any public comments or questions from the audience? All right, council, questions? Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Basically, just repeating my question from earlier, but being that we have somebody from Anacortes on here, looking at the added redundancies and stuff, would Anacortes possibly be interested in being the ones to complete phase 3?
Yeah, so I definitely took notes while I was listening to that presentation. That's well above my head to be able to make any commitments to you, but I certainly can pass that along to my powers that be as a point of discussion. And I like the thought of having that redundancy. Now that we're a service provider, obviously we're looking at how to best serve our customers. So I will certainly take that back and start those discussions around here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Hey, looking at the interlocal agreement that was signed in September 2020, one of the number one project assurances that Oak Harbor tested, they familiarized themselves with the Crayley Atlantis Hydrotech materials, fittings, and installation techniques. and understand the inherent risks associated with installing, operating, and maintaining within the live water system. What are those risks? I apologize, I'm new, so I'm not sure what those risks are.
Hey, Alex, I'm still here. I can take that. I bought myself a little bit more time, so I'm still here. Yeah, so the most inherent risk is probably going to be contamination of a live water main. Obviously, when you're introducing or injecting a foreign object or foreign substance into a water main, there always runs the risk of some contamination. So we actually had I believe it was the CEO of Crayley, he came and gave us a presentation kind of on the process of the disinfection of the conduit when it goes into the pipe. So city water staff and I believe some administration were there at the time of the presentation. So we were made aware of those risks and kind of what they do to mitigate them. Basically what happens is the conduit just runs through a high chlorine bath to disinfect as it goes into the water. So the City of Oak Harbor water staff, we feel pretty comfortable. We have a coliform monitoring plan that we are going to submit to the DOH as an exhibit for them to sign off as well. So we feel really comfortable that during the process of the disinfection of the conduit, along with coliform bacteria monitoring afterwards and during the process, that it's going to be a safe product.
So Chris Price, thank you for just to add what you kind of told me here, mentioned too with the risk issue is certainly on the bridge, they're making the 45-degree turn and then back again. So there is some risk of a breakage, isn't there? It's pretty minimal, but there is that risk, isn't there?
Yes, and that's why we added a breakout or an access point on Canoe Pass to kind of alleviate the drag on that conduit when they're trying to pull through those double 45s there. So that hopefully that'll alleviate that issue.
Other questions? Mr. Evans?
In regards to the leak detection system, who uses that currently, and would it also be just as simple to gauge the amount of water that we're selling versus the amount of water that we're buying? And if they don't equal, we must have a leak.
Yes. So the process of the meter read comparisons, that is there. But when you're talking about minimal water leaks, when you're talking about bigger water meters and their accuracy, it's kind of hard to find those smaller leaks. And Tim, I hate to pick on him, but if he can talk a little bit more about the leak detection, because I believe, are you guys using it already yet? Or you guys are in the process of installing it, correct, Tim?
Yeah, that's correct, Chris. We're currently in the process of installing it. We do own the system. We're currently working to install it. And that's actually one of the things I had on my notes, but forgot to mention earlier is, we have a main leak detection that's currently, is, like Chris said, being installed. So it actually listens to the pipes and actually detects leaks, and like Chris is saying, leaks down to very slow leaks that would run for years undetected before they actually begin to surface. So we actually had a leak happen recently where a valve blew off on our 36 main out by the Swamish Channel Bridge. It ran for multiple hours, potentially at who knows how many, I think about 6,000 gallons a minute, and wasn't detected until a WashDOT staff went by, noticed a geyser out in a farm field and gave us a call. So, it doesn't take very many of those before it begins to start to look like it's paying for itself. And then when we look at these micro leaks around and being able to detect them before we get blowouts like that can cause major damage and significant, damage to other infrastructure like roadways and pavement, things like that. It just seems to make a whole lot of sense to us. So we're working on getting that up and going, but it's going to help us drive our capital improvement plan for our water system in town and help us make better informed decisions. And also, one thing I wanted to share is that meter reading that automated meter reading that I shared with two also helps with leak detection on the customer side of the meter. So we're actually helping them save having to, call in and say, hey, my meters are, I have a leak on my side, and we obviously write that off and rebate that extra sales, but it's going to allow us to verify that data and actually hopefully begin to get out in front of some of that, so that we're not having to go through that exercise. So we see it as a benefit.
Are there other cities in our area that are currently using the leak detection system that have it implemented? Are there current cities in the United States that are using the leak detection? Are there current people in the world that are using the leak detection system? And do we have information?
There are in Europe, but in I don't believe so in the U.S. because I believe we're the only ones with fiber optic run through our water lines. So it has to build on that telemetry system within the water lines, because the fiber actually listens to the water flow.
Okay, thank you. And, we had Commissioner St. Clair speak today about the broadband efforts regionally, and Oak Harbor is looking at their broadband and fiber efforts. Anacortes is obviously doing the same. And I would love to see a conversation with the city of Anacortes' mayor and some of our administration, and hopefully a council member representative to talk about how we can really benefit each other while also keeping costs down. And I'd love to volunteer to be on that group, because I'd love to see what's going on. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
I think what Councilmember Sinclair said about regionally handling this this kind of issue makes a lot of sense. I'll take that up to my mayor as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one, and I'm not sure who can answer it. When we decided to get the fiber from Anacortes, if WashDOT decides to move the water pipe, the Navy and us split the cost. Even though they want to move it, we don't. We have to pay to have that pipe moved. And if we have the conduit going through here, can someone explain a way on how they can take it up from the pipe, get the pipe moved, and then put it back in there without contaminating our water or breaking the fiber? I know there's a way to do it before we agree to this, but it's unexpected at times when WashDOT decides they want to move a water pipe, and we're stuck with the bill. So could someone please explain that? It might be Tim, you from Anacortes?
Well, I'll give Chris a quick chance to talk about that. Have you talked to our water staff about it?
Absolutely, I'll take a stab at it. So the way I understand it is that the access points that we showed in the one of the previous maps in the presentation, if they were to have to move or remove a section of water main, they would go to that access point, disconnect the fiber, and they would pull it out of the water pipe, do the work on the water main, reroute it, remove it, whatever they need to do, and then they would have to reinstall the conduit and the fiber the way they did it in the first place by, going through that same access point and then, putting the parachute on the conduit, flowing water, getting it to that access point, pulling it out, and then reconnecting everything back up.
Yeah, Chris, that was essentially how it was explained to me by my water technicians, with the one little caveat of since this is what provides internet access to our citizens, they've actually developed a system where if they have a water where they have to cut a piece of pipe out to replace it, they actually would provide a fiber bypass, much like they would provide a water or sewer bypass if you were having to deal with any other utility. So that they have the ability to cut away the pipe, splice in a section, install the new pipe, and then follow kind of the procedure that Chris talked about to reinstall a longer length in the new pipe. So
technically, the service for the fiber optic would only be slightly interrupted while they do the slicing and splicing and whatever. And then I would imagine they would send an email or something to the customers that you may have interrupted service for half a day or this day, but it would be restored. Correct?
Yeah, I think that if at all, it would be maybe a blink. It would be kept going at all times. So they have a process that involves, I think, being able to switch over the different fibers electronically before they cut the one that they're having to cut.
Thank you very much. Mr. Evans.
And just to take off from that conversation about potential interruptions in those repair situations, I think goes back to the original conversation I think that Councilman Member Hoffmeyer brought up with redundancy. So again, I think that just adds to the importance of that meeting with Anacortes to see how we can be backing each other up. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to development service. Site-specific rezone text amendment. Mr. Cool, please.
What I'd like to do is start off a series of various code changes that we'll be bringing to you over time. This first one is a site-specific rezone concept in our zoning ordinance. We're trying to clean up a number of ambiguities we have in our code, things that are not clear, make it easier for customers as well as staff to interpret. So the question is, what is a site-specific rezone? So to give you an example, it's just an example. If you were to go down here to Walgreens, one site all by itself, let's just say that they wanted to rezone their property all by themselves, that would be called a site-specific rezone. An example of something that might be multiple property owners, maybe initiated by the city. Let's say you were to go up here to Midway and Whidbey and do a comprehensive plan amendment with the sub-area plan to take all that area around there and do some kind of a rezone on top of that. That would be considered a legislative approval. That type of project would go through the Planning Commission and then the City Council. So the basic concept we have today is very straightforward, very simple. There's only one way to approve a site-specific rezone, and that's by ordinance. You don't use a resolution, you don't use an interlocal agreement, it's always by ordinance. And our code is a little vague on that. So there's only one review body that can legally approve a site-specific rezone, and that's you, the City Council. So the hearing examiner will hear it, but then it gets moved on to the City Council. And I know it seems a little unusual because you'd think it goes to the hearing examiner, and that's quasi-judicial. We had the same thing happen when I was in Woodinville, but what it is it has to go to the City Council to approve the ordinance. So all the conditions, all the findings will be made at the hearing examiner, so all the issues will be flushed out, and it'll come to you either approve or deny from the hearing examiner, and then if it's approved, if your decision to approve, it'll be approved by an ordinance. So that's a straightforward code change, very simple, very easy to do. What will come back to you is with a new code that will allow a site-specific rezone to be adopted by ordinance and approved by the City Council. Again, this is a workshop, so no decision today. What we're going to be doing is coming back to you on May 17th for the hearing, and prior to that will be the Planning Commission hearing on April 26th. So these are all straightforward and very easy to do. That concludes presentation. We're available for any questions you might have.
Do we need to do the public comment also about this?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, this is not
Okay.
an item for action. There's no need for comment.
All right, Mr. Wiesner, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Cool, have we had any recent requests for site-specific rezones?
I have not seen any site-specific rezones in my time here. The only one I've seen done was a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezone for the Harbor Heights Park, which we did. And so that was legislative, went through the process, and you did approve that.
Well, I'm all for cleaning up our codes, right? We know we have some real challenges there. Just kind of curious how we came around to this code. I mean, how did the subject come up?
Good question. This started before I came here a year and a half ago, and the prior attorney had written draft language, and then when she left, I got a copy of that in September. And so I'm not exactly sure how it got to the way it is. The ambiguity that's in there leads you to believe that you'd have to stop at the hearing examiner. And in reality, you do go to the council for an ordinance.
Thank you for that. And then on another subject, we have some ambiguity, I know, in another code, and I guess the question is, what order we're going to take these in, and that's the ADU code. This body approved a change in the accessory dwelling unit code to allow for the removal of the requirement of the affidavit for the newer council members. We opened up the ability for somebody to build an accessory dwelling unit on their property and not sign an affidavit stating that they would live in one of the homes, because obviously you can imagine, why would you build a 1,000 square foot ADU or a 900 square foot ADU with a requirement that if you ever moved, that you would have to remove that dwelling unit. And so we approved that as a council, but from my understanding, due to ambiguity within our current code, that requirement was never removed, and we currently have people in our city who are applying for these ADUs but are being required to file a document in which this council 2 years ago asked to be removed from the code, and apparently was removed from part of the code but not the other part of the code. What's our schedule for working on that item?
Good question. Thank you for asking that. I have another item set up called housekeeping, which is 4 different code changes that are coming to you all in the same batch, and ADUs is part of that. So I'll be having a study session soon with the Planning Commission, and then with you real soon, probably May, I would think, and then a hearing probably in June.
Great.
So to clean that up.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Cool, thank you for cleaning up. I know that unless you have someone has full-time can read everything, you are usually shocked when you come across something and go, what? This is from like 1800s, but not really, but I meant, you know what I mean? You get the shock that why wasn't this cleaned up? So thank you very much, whoever on staff is working on this.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, the marina, Mr. Sublette, I presume?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. Hopefully. There we go. So I'm here today to talk to you about the Marina Boatyard Acquisition RCEDF Grant Amendment number 1. RCEDF grant is the Rural Communities Economic Development Funds Grant. So there's not really an easy way to say this, so I'll just use the acronym from here on out. So the purpose of this grant is to purchase the boatyard at the end of the marina parking lot, commonly called Mariner's Haven. At one time, that was a thriving boatyard. It had boat repair, maintenance, storage, all the facets of a boatyard. Now it's just kind of transgressed into a storage yard. We believe that if we purchase this, that it presents numerous growth opportunities for the marina and the city as well. It'll increase our dry boat storage capacity. We currently do boat storage right now. This will allow us to store boats that are not on boat trailers, larger boats in the 40, 50 foot range. It'll provide a much needed repair and service facility at our marina. And one of the best things about this is it will also make us a full service marina. That means most marinas typically do have a boatyard associated with them where boats travel from all over to come get serviced. As an example, this boatyard at one time was well known for Grand Banks work, and people would bring their Grand Banks boats from all over, and they employed about 20 people at one time, which also leads to increased revenue and very important jobs as well. So we would be increasing the marina staff to work in that yard. Here's an overview of where the boatyard is. Sorry, it's a small picture, kind of, but I just wanted to capture the marina as well. So those of you not familiar with this boatyard could see where it is in relation to the marina. It's literally right next door, right next to the boat ramp. In fact, we often get questions about the boatyard, and people come to us to conduct their boatyard business, and we send them over there. That's how close it is. It's an interesting piece of property. There's actually 3 properties within the one. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see the Kloss Fee Simple property. That's privately owned by the Kloss Family Corporation in Anacortes. Parcel A is owned by DNR, and there's currently a DNR lease on it. And Parcel B is also owned by DNR, and they are currently renegotiating the lease. So we're really involving the Claus family, DNR, and the current person who leases all of this from the Claus family and DNR. So it's really a complicated purchase agreement that we're working on. So how are we going to fund the purchase of this? Well, $675,000 will come from the Rural County Economic Development Funds. And then as part of that agreement and that contract, the City of Oak Harbor, or the Marina, will contribute $75,000 from our Marina reserves. Again, the growth opportunities, we could just dig a little deeper into those. The dry storage, we believe, will generate revenue immediately. There's currently boats in there. We feel like we could get 60, 70, maybe even 80, depending upon the size and shape of boats. So that'll be immediate revenue. We anticipate creating up to 2 new jobs in the first year of operation, and then 10 within the next 4 years. We expect to create a thriving boat yard there. And then it also increased the boating industry presence at our marina through the boatyard activity. So it's kind of a win situation for us right out of the gate. So here's some historical information where we're at and what we've done so far. At the March 25th, 2020 City Council workshop, we received authorization to submit a $675,000 RCEDF grant application to Island County for the purchase of Mariners Haven Boatyard. On March 31st of that same year, the application was submitted and accepted by Island County. On September 22nd, 2020, staff made a presentation to the commissioners, and we were awarded the grant right there on the spot. That happened so fast, we were super excited. Then the mayor signed the grant contract on December 23rd, and Commissioner Johnson followed up with signing it on February 9th of 2021. Within the contract, it states that the project shall be substantially complete no later than December 31st, 2022. That seems like a ways away, but it's really not. As we've progressed over this over the last few years, and again, thinking about the complexity of this transaction, we're a little nervous that we can't get it done by the December 31st date. So now we're going to be seeking authorization for the mayor to sign the grant amendment number 1 to the RCEDF grant at the April 5th City Council meeting, and this will be on the consent agenda. And we hope to get it done within the, by the December 31st, 2023 grant period as well. So that's a lot. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Stuckey.
As I understand, we're essentially purchasing an existing business. What does the profit and loss look like on this? I mean, is it a money pit?
I'm a little hesitant to go into exact numbers at this point because it is an active negotiation. I can tell you that we believe that we can generate revenue right out of the gate with this. going over their specific transactions and stuff. I'm a little nervous about doing this in this forum.
Is there any way you can provide us as a council a projected profit and loss thoughts? I mean, even if this is being given to us, which it basically is. I mean, we have 75,000 out of reserves. I mean, I would hate to get into a business that may not be profitable without having seen any numbers on a council level.
Sure, this will be profitable. I can tell you that. And we have done an executive session on this topic before, and we'd be more than happy to do that again. I can tell you that in our projections, as we've analyzed this and taken into account what we think we can do with it, what we believe we can do with it, it was profitable right out of the gate, more than the $75,000 that we would be contributing.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chris, we'd made a run at this once before. Is there something different in this next run? Have we kind of reanalyzed this a little bit? I think in the last request we'd made to the county, we could only justify one new job coming out of this, but I think that information is probably a little inaccurate. Is there something different this time around?
No, there's nothing different, and this is a continuation of our first attempt at that, or actually our second attempt at that. This is just a continuation of that same contract, and no, nothing's really changed other than we've gotten much closer to completing the transaction with all the people that are involved in it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just, Mayor Pro Tem, can I kind of interject here to bring up the offer here? Since we have 4 new council members, we'd be happy to, when we bring it back to council, before we ask you to approve the extension, we can kind of go into the confidential discussion on it and share more confidential information. So we'll go ahead and add that to the agenda when we bring it back.
Mr. Sublett, can you explain how your enterprise fund works? Because to my knowledge, you do not receive any money from the general fund of council. So it's $75 that's coming out of the enterprise fund, not the general budget, correct?
That's correct, and that's a great point. So just as a reminder, the marina is an enterprise fund, and what that means is we're self-supportive. We do not receive any taxpayer funds, any contributions from general fund or the city or any of that. Everything that the marina generates in revenue is what we have. We don't have any other source of revenue than currently our moorage, and you can see the marina there, and then our storage sheds are those 4 gray rectangles there, and then our storage along the Navy property, and our fuel sales and the merchandise that we sell. But all of the revenue at the marina is generated from the marina. This would contribute to that greatly. Sure, it would be adding some jobs, and that's fantastic, but it would also boost the marina revenue as well, thus strengthening our financial enterprise fund model.
Mr. Sublett, also, the property that we wish to acquire, you had to submit a very detailed, or the city did, business plan in order to get approved for buying this for economic development, correct?
We have not completed the business plan. That's one of the steps we're working on. But when we went to the county commissioners, we did go into great detail of what we wanted to do and what we thought we could do with the property, and really emphasize the job creation and then the revenue stream as well. So the business plan is part of the next steps that we'll be working on with this property.
And this property that we would be obtaining is not subject to DNR rent, or whatever they want to call it when they charge us for uplands and for the marina, correct?
It's not the same as the marina. It would be different DNR leases, but it would be subject to rent. Currently, the rent on these parcels, I believe, parcel A and parcel B is somewhere around $6,000 or $7,000 a month. The hope is that we would purchase the Claus property outright and then go into, we would assume the DNR leases for parcel A and parcel B. And the lease that they just finished for parcel A and they're working on parcel B, I might add, is very friendly towards the city purchasing it. There's some language in there that you don't typically see, calling out specifically if this if this lease is transferable should the Mariners Haven be purchased. So they've worked with us in a great way, but we will have to pay DNR lease on parcel A and parcel B.
Okay. And for new council members, we did have a reprieve from Senator Mary Margaret Haugen, but we used to pay like $15,000 or $20,000 to them. I'm not sure what they called it, but it went up to as high as $75,000 a month, and this came out of the enterprise fund. So that's everyone that has a slip, no matter how big it is. And what is the current rate that we're paying now per year? And I don't know what they call it, a lease or the right to, I'm not.
It's just a lease. We refer to it as a lease. And so talking about the marina specific piece, so for what we're paying on the lease is just for the wet part of the marina, the tidelands, the moorage area. And that lease is approximately $32,000 per year. The uplands area where the cursor, I don't know if you can see my cursor, where my cursor is pointing, we're not paying a lease on that. But in where the moorage part is, we are definitely paying a lease, and that's roughly $32,000 a year.
Okay, I was just trying to give them a picture because enterprise fund gets kind of tossed around and it's hard to describe, but truly all the revenue. So the electricity that you have to pay that is charged to each, I mean, the water, all of it, it comes back to the city. So I just wanted you to kind of know it's a business within a business that the city has, so.
Yes, that's exactly how I explain it to people when I have tenants and guests and members from the public that ask me how is this funded. I explain to them that the marina is an enterprise fund. The marina is owned by the city, but you have to look at it as almost a private business operation setup where private businesses don't receive tax dollars, they don't receive funding from the city, that sort of thing. So everything that we generate goes back into the marina or pays for services that we use at the marina. So you can look at it like a private business in a big way.
And from a government accounting, sorry to interject, but from a government accounting point of view, there's specific definitions of enterprise funds that the city has to follow, and I can go into the accounting details of enterprise funds, but I think what Chris said was very, very to the point and just pretty much explains it exactly. It's kind of like a government-sponsored business where all the costs have to be recovered by the rates or the revenues that come in.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman, for jumping in. If there's nothing else, let's go on. I believe it's you, Mr. Goldman. American Rescue Act, Plan Act funding allocation discussion.
All righty.
Mr. Goldman, I think we're going to take a 5-minute recess so you yourself can have a little break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Gentlemen, we need to bring this back to order, please. Sorry about that. Mr. Goldman, could you please go over the ARPAC? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So let's go through this. All right, so I'll provide an overview to folks. We got a bunch of new city council members on the board there. So just to give you a quick overview, we're anticipated to receive a total of $6.585 million in American Rescue Plan Act funding. And those funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and completely expended by the end of 2026. And the definition of obligated by the federal government means that a contract is approved, like a PSC contract or whatnot is approved for that person to spend on whatever project or initiative the city council approves for that. So back in July last year, the city council created a American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, subcommittee. It consists of 3 council members and relevant city staff. Real quick, that committee, subcommittee meets about once every 2 months to go over the status of the projects and to go over ideas that were proposed by city staff and also some other ideas as well to see what would make sense to fund with those ARPA funds. So we were working off this interim final goal.
Who's on that subcommittee?
I hear someone talking. Is that question or?
Yes, it is. I'm wondering who is on that subcommittee, just so we know.
Oh, who's on the subcommittee? Okay. So the subcommittee is Councilmember Wiesner, Councilmember Heisen, and Councilmember Hoffmeyer. Okay. So we were working off an interim, or actually the whole country was working off an interim final rule from the United States Department of Treasury up until January when they published their final rule. The interim final rule was a little complicated. We had to allocate the funds in different buckets, but after a lot of feedback from throughout the country, they decided to make things a lot easier on smaller governments that receive less than $10 million. And they allowed us, because we received less than $10 million, to allocate the funds in the most flexible category. Means that you can use those funds for, quote, the provision of government services instead of having to be tracked under all those other categories. Now, there are some restrictions. It's not completely flexible. For example, if you're doing assistance to households or businesses or whatnot, you can't really do that if they didn't experience a negative economic impact. So you basically have to build a program and create a little bit of a program or bureaucracy to do something like that. Cash transfers grossly in excess of the amount needed to address the negative economic impact if you create a program like that. It also says you can't just take the money and put it into a rainy day fund or put it into your fund balance. And you can't use it for debt service payments for any debt incurred prior to that date, March 3rd, 2021. And you can't use the funds to satisfy any obligations arising under or pursuant to a settlement agreement or a consent decree or judgment or debt restructuring plan. It may not be used for the non-federal match for federal grants, although there is some wiggle room in there if that's something that we come across. We have to look into that. And the funds may not be used to either directly or indirectly offset a reduction in net tax revenue resulting from a change in law, regulation, or administrative interpretation. And this doesn't apply to us, but extraordinary deposits into a pension fund. We're in the state plan. A lot of cities all over the country, they might have their own plan, so that doesn't apply to us. So currently the funding status, total numbers on the top, $6.585 million. Prior allocations through budget amendments by the city council, about $1.7 million right here. Tonight, we have recommendations by the ARPA subcommittee and a few items that were post-subcommittee of about $4.76 million. And together, that totals 6.45, which is about 98% of the total funds that were allocated to Oak Harbor. So let's start with the items. First item on the list is $150,000 for generators, $75,000 for one at City Hall, and $75,000 for Senior Center. More information's in the backup, but just a real quick summary. There's no permanent generator at either location, and the City Hall has been designated as a redundancy location for the city's data network, and the Senior Center has been designated as an emergency heating and cooling center. We looked at a few other options, and we found that this was the most cost-effective option to solve those issues. $20,000 for a police virtual reality training system. This complements the previously approved ARPA funds for the use of force training system. And there are a bunch of benefits I put in the backup, but real quick, it'll allow trainers to give presentations in classes, conduct interactive testing and assessments, and immerse themselves in hands-on scenario-based exercises with debriefs. And just so you know, all the department directors are available tonight to go into more detail on any of these items should you need it. $200,000 for a Serendipity Lane. Main Street approached the city with this project. This would connect Pioneer Way with Bayshore Drive with a walkable corridor. It's envisioned this would help with economic development and draw people to the downtown, provide a sense of connection, and improve pedestrian circulation. $500,000 for a citywide enterprise resource planning initiative. This is something that we presented to the city council back, I think in January or February of 2021. Currently, there's $305,000 of general fund, utility funds, and other funding in the budget or the CIP. The use of ARPA funds would be in place of those funds, but also the proposed cost of $500,000 is more in line with the likely cost of what it might come in at, and it also includes funding for an 18-month temporary staffer to ensure that we can focus on successful implementation, which is one of the number one reasons why ERP implementations, nationwide end up not going as planned. As previously presented to council, our current financial payroll, HR, budget, and project accounting system is over 17 years old, and we received a recent communication from the vendor that indicates that they're sunsetting the system in the next few years. A modern system, as included in that presentation that we did last year, would provide an opportunity for the latest technology, new modules, improved processes and efficiencies that would end up saving time and labor costs citywide. $150,000 towards a dredging feasibility study over at the marina. That's about 50% of the estimated cost of the study. And the study is required to be performed first in order to move forward with the dredging of the harbor. And as you saw in the back of that provided, the harbor is silted up and some of the boats are bottoming out at low tide. So this is something that was moved up from, I think, 2024 to 2022. $300,000 towards Windjammer Park irrigation installation. The funds would be used towards the cost to reclaim conversion and to augment the current system. The subcommittee recommended $200,000, but subsequent to that meeting, the request was increased to $300,000 to ensure that sufficient funding is available for that project. About $278,000 to fund a limited term economic development position that would be through the end of 2024. This was included in City Council Budget Goal Number 1 that was developed during the 2021-2022 biennial budget process. $880,000 for citywide sewer line replacements. The ARPA funds would be used in place of a potential future allocation of sewer rate funds. And it would also, the project itself would replace sewer lines following the replacement schedule that is in the capital improvement plan. $325,000 for sewer slip line replacements. Again, we would use ARPA funding in place of potential future allocations of rates. And it would replace old and brittle sewer line joints which leak and create inflow and infiltration issues. About $250,000 for the Northeast Regatta Drive replacement. This would be water fund funded project, but we would be using ARPA funding in place of that. So here's the water rate funds. This would replace asbestos cement pipe between East Whidbey Avenue and Northeast First Avenue, and part of the pipe replacement schedule, and it would have the effect of increasing local pressures and fire flow to the surrounding area. At $1.5 million, this is the largest allocation out of all the projects, $1.5 million for steel and asbestos water line replacements citywide. This would use ARPA funding in place of potential future allocations of water rate funds. It would replace those steel and asbestos cement pipes located throughout the city. The city has approximately 100,000 lineal feet of old pipes which deteriorate and leak. They also require higher maintenance than newer pipes and have a higher tendency to fail when work is performed on the streets above them. Now, the ARPA subcommittee did recommend $2 million, but subsequent to that meeting, the request was decreased to $1.5 million to better align with the funding expiration date with the achievable time frame. So there are a few items here that came after the subcommittee met a few weeks ago. The request came in for $130,000 for citywide air duct cleaning and filtration systems, $109,000, and a replacement HVAC unit for the senior center, $21,000, for a total of $130,000. Now, the city council previously approved $3,000 for air duct cleaning and a filtration system over at the senior center. Now, the recommended practice, though, is to clean air ducts every 5 years, and it's been over 5 years since they were cleaned citywide. So this expanded project would be cleaning not just the senior center, but everywhere, Public Works, City Hall, Police and Fire, and also the senior center would get a replacement HVAC unit because I believe the front half of the senior center just doesn't have, it's just inoperable and needs to be replaced. And as we said a little bit earlier, I think the senior center has been designated as a emergency heating and cooling center. $75,000 additional funds for the senior center roof replacement project. Now, the city council approved about $110,000 of REIT 2 and senior service funds to replace the senior center roof. Staff reported to council last September at a workshop that the costs were coming in substantially greater than budget, and they would go back and test the market in early 2022, hoping for lower costs. Unfortunately, the costs are still coming in at elevated levels. So adding $75,000 would bring the total amount for the senior center roof to $185,000. So staff would intend to officially request proposals for the roof repair and report back to council on the findings. And they would also bring back, just like last time, scenarios as to here's the cost for everything, here's the cost for just this section, here's the cost for this other section, and just like last time. And finally, we have a reallocation request of existing approved funds for a police drone. The city council previously approved $70,000 to fund a police robot. Now, the Oak Harbor Police Department was able to identify a robot that met operational needs for half that amount. So the Oak Harbor Police Department is requesting that the other half be allocated for a drone. Now, a drone is on the master list of all the projects that were submitted. It just wasn't funded in the past. So if these funds are permitted to be reallocated, then the request for the drone would drop off the master list. So with that, staff is open to hearing the city council deliberate and provide direction as to what to include in the next budget amendment related to American Rescue Plan Act.
Mr. Stuckey.
Question, then a comment. Question, an estimate throughout the pandemic. How much income did the city lose or gain as a result of it? Best guess.
I have to look, though. I haven't looked at those numbers in like 5 months or so. Yeah, I'd have to take another look at that.
That's okay. You know, as I look to... Go ahead. You can get back to me on that one. It was just a question.
Sure.
You know, as I look to this list, I gotta be honest, I'm pretty disappointed. And maybe I'm alone in this opinion, but I think that this money should be used to save the average citizen money or substantially improve the quality of life of the average citizen. And some of this does that. I mean, sewer replacements to guard against future costs, great. I could even see the argument for an economic development person in some scenarios, though that leans a little more towards the business community. But a nice road in Serendipity Lane, a generator, a dredging study. Again, my litmus test, I don't think that those items fit into saving the average citizen money or improving the quality of life of the average citizen. So I know we're up for discussion, we're up for debate. I'm not going to sit there and pick on individual things, but I got to say, personally, I'm kind of disappointed in a majority of this list.
Mr. Hoffmeyer.
Yeah, being on the ARPA subcommittee here has been a pleasure. I think the three of us worked pretty hard with staff to get to this. If you look at the millions go into the infrastructure projects, I mean, that is huge. We'll certainly save money. I mean, even things like Serendipity Lane, where you look at the city has an obligation there. There are already improvements needed. So it's not necessarily as easy as it seems. As we go through this, I guess we will be looking for one more eye.
Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, just so everybody knows, where we started with this, right, as a committee. The first $1.6 million that was spent out of this, the priority went to items that were already budgeted that we already had money for. And you may think that's a little bit odd, right? But the reality is this is restricted money, and of course the restrictions have been partially lifted, but it's restricted money. And for the vast majority of that initial $1.6 million of expenditures, that's money that now stays in the general fund or stays in a fund somewhere within the city that is now unrestricted money. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that we're going to have some additional money and resources as we come out of this, or at least in theory, that's the way this should work, that we're going to be able to allocate elsewhere within the community with no restrictions on it whatsoever. So priority one, the first money we spent out of this was spending it exactly where we already had money budgeted. It was in the budget. It was on a line item that we were going to spend money on in either 2022 or 2023. And we've determined we were able to use ARPA money instead, which is now going to free up close to $1.6 million that could be spent on our parks or any place else that we as a council determine. Almost, $2.5 million, correct me if I'm wrong, David, almost $2.5 million goes into infrastructure that is part of our capital improvement budgets, which are within our enterprise funds. The theory here is by spending $2.5 million of ARPA funds, we can remove those expenses from our CIP plan and from our ongoing enterprise funds plan, and it should, in theory, result in possibly a reduction in rates, right? Because we're taking $2.5 million of expenses off of the back of our ratepayers, and we're picking them up here. Now, where that's all going to vet out, we're still kind of, I've asked David some hard questions involving that, but, obviously that's part of this rate study that we're going to move forward with, right? If we decide as a council to move forward with this, a little over $2 million worth of injection into those enterprise funds, we're going to be able to back those expenses that are on our capital improvement plan, which is part of what's going to be used for that rate study. We're going to be able to immediately back that out and not have those expenses moving forward. We thought that was a great way to get almost half of the money out to the ratepayers. Every ratepayer should be affected by that. Now, generators, you're absolutely right, Councilmember Stuckey. That's been a bone of contention. That started out, I think, if I remember correct, a request north of $500,000. It started out with a request for generators for fire department, generators for the police department, I'm not going to say that I'm totally on board with where we're at yet either, but you get that has been a bone of contention. The $130,000 duct cleaning, I got to tell you, came in after the ARPA committee meeting, and I'd like to probably discuss that behind closed doors a little bit and in the ARPA committee meeting to understand some of the reasoning behind that. And I will tell you that when it comes to the the police virtual reality software, we've been vetting that pretty well. I've actually been fortunate to be invited to check out that software. I've also seen what we've been using for training, and it's very cumbersome. We're sharing some stuff with the security police out of the base, and we have to kind of arrange special times to set all of that up. This is going to give us an ability to bring officers into a training room 2 at a time and not have to necessarily do it on special training schedules, and et cetera. And the reality was that the training was much more realistic than the 16 millimeter reel running on the projector on the screen, and had all sorts of scenarios such as school lockdowns, and I mean there's all sorts of things you could do with it. But I just kind of wanted to let the rest of the council know. I mean, that's how we started. We started with funneling things already budgeted. And that should result into a large amount of this money coming back into the city coffers, back to Councilmember Stuckey's comment, to maybe help offset some of the city's losses during this time, to help build our general fund back up, right? To give us a sizable amount of money to maybe take on another project within the city that we haven't, got money for right now, by freeing up that money. And then, like I say, almost half of this money is going back into enterprise funds, which should have a result on every single ratepayer, as their items that were in the CIP and in the rate study that would be included in adjusting the rates upwards. So just wanted to let everybody know that was the thought process and how we started into this. We started out with, I think, a big list. Correct me wrong if I'm wrong, David. Didn't the list we started out with was like $30 million?
It was large. It may have been only 20, it may have been in the 20s, but it was between 20 and 30.
Yeah. We basically took everything that the city had on its wish list moving forward. We didn't invent any new things other than, I don't know where the duct cleaning came from, kind of snuck in there, but we didn't invent any new things. We took items that were already in either the capital improvement plan or long-range plans for the city, and the vast majority of those items we were budgeted, and a few items, were wish list items that were not budgeted, but I don't know that those wish list items have overtaken this list. I think a lot of them you'll be able to look back and trace to items that are already out there that were on the plan to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reasoner.
Just to follow up, you said about $2 million for the utility funds. When I did some calculations, it's probably closer to a little bit over $3 million that's related to the utility fund. That includes those sewer and water projects, the ERP project, which is about half funded by the utility funds, and a few other small projects.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Mr. Hoffman?
David, is it possible for you to get to the redirect funds budgeted or in the CIP? That was an email that you would have sent out on Tuesday. Can you pull that up?
Yeah, let's dig that up there.
Thank you.
Here we go. All right. Yeah, so these redirect funds, what I did was I went ahead and I calculated all the different items that were in the CIP or in the budget that instead we're already approved to use ARPA funding for, or we're requesting tonight to use ARPA funding for. So yeah, it does show the general fund isn't as large as some of the other funds you see here. But some of these items do end up going back to the general fund, like there's various funds for the ERP item. About half goes back to the general fund, 45% or so goes to the utility funds, and another 5% to other funds. So yeah, this is the list. So.
Other comments? Mr. Marshall?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Goldman, I'm still having a hard time understanding what the 18-month temporary staffer to ensure implementation. I'm not sure what that actually means.
All right. When I made the presentation last year, I studied around. I asked around to a bunch of different finance directors and other cities who have gone through enterprise resource planning software implementation, which is basically taking the core of your financial system and your HR system and all these different systems that are throughout the city, not every single one, but a good portion of them, and upgrading it or transitioning it to a newer system, one that's a little bit or a lot more robust than we currently have. And based on surveys that were done and my own discussions and my own experience, I mean, I've gone through this twice at 2 different places. The number one reason why these things fail is because of implementation. A lot of folks expect we're spending all this money, it should just work. We'll just plug it in and everything will be perfect. But in reality, most of it is looking at the people in your organization and the way they process things. And there's the need for dedicated staff, dedicated resources that doesn't come from the software company, because they're going to be looking at it from their point of view. Someone from your point of view who are going to work with your staff and work with the software company and get everybody together for meetings and just ensure that our needs are reflected in the software, because the software company will bring best practices from throughout the nation, but that might not, a specific best practice might not suit our needs. We might have a different way of doing things that we want to continue, that we might not necessarily want to change in a specific area of city functions. So we need to make sure that, one, everything operates from a technical point of view, but two, that our staff are on board with the changes and that they help design what the processes are going to be, whether it's the same process in a new system or an improved process. Staff, it's real important to make sure that your staffers are on board with all the changes and they provide feedback during the whole implementation process. I could tell you, like Issaquah, for example, they got a new system in 2016 and they didn't really invest the proper resources to ensure that things are implemented, to its fullest. And after a few years, a lot of people left. Things weren't really being done the way that they expected things to be done, and they had to go back and, at a considerable cost, re-implement things with that particular software company and ensure that they had dedicated staff on board whose only job it was to ensure that this big investment pays off the way they expect it to pay off. The thing is, current staff, we all have our own functions, we all have our own requirements and our own job duties, and it's going to be real hard for that level of work and that level of importance to be assigned to any one particular staff member based on the current workload and capacity that we have. So that's why it's highly recommended, and you can talk to the city of Des Moines over there, the only other place in Washington that has a marina over there in King County. They did the same thing. They took on an 18-month staffer to help with their implementation to make sure it was successful. In another place where I worked, we actually hired 2 full-time people for 3 years, but it was a different place, much larger tax base, different state. They could afford that. But here, the suggestion is to do about 18 months.
Chief Dressler, I believe you would like to add a comment, please.
So I know you didn't call upon me, but I wanted to address some. I realize my asks are, for lack of a better word, relatively small compared to the big potatoes. But as we've talked about and you've talked about, every dollar counts. I've talked to Councilman Stuckey about some things, but just kind of give a little bit of a relevance on some things. So initially, we were looking at if a levy request moves forward, potentially being part of that as a police department with some needs. We're not now. I've talked with the mayor and his city administrator. We've pulled the police department from that because of what we really need or don't need, that kind of a thing. But the items that we're asking for as part of this ARPA money, if you were to look back on the documents initially proposed, we were looking at those items as part of money we'd use a levy. Part of our decision for pulling out of asking the taxpayers to pay that as part of a levy was the fact that we had this potential ARPA money that could fund those specific items, which, in a relevant type of manner could save those taxpayers from having to make that decision because we can utilize those funds. and then reallocate just that levy process, if we move forward with that, to just where it might be needed in a different aspect. So that's one thing that, in the global perspective, kind of keep in mind a little bit. I envy your job. I envy the subcommittee, their job. That's why I brought one of the members of the subcommittee on board when we looked at this use of force training system, because I felt it was important to get that groundwork laid. And so that's what that VR training system is that we're requesting, that was approved by the subcommittee, is a use of force training system. Multiple reasons why, with at least the things, and I'll cut it short because I know we're out of time, why we're requesting. Most of it comes down to officer safety, citizen safety, even that the drone. I've got a drone. It doesn't cost $30,000. Why? Well, it includes a FLIR camera on it. So you can do search and rescue type operations. You get word somebody's in the water, you can, if you have the ability to fly that drone over, it picks up heat spots. So there's a lot of different things and usefulness. A lot of it comes down to officer safety. And then even with the request, we haven't, and I think the rest of the group has not looked at other funding. So you saw the $20,000 for this, and that's the second piece to give a second officer capability for the use of force training system. That's what that $20,000 would be for. I've applied for a grant working with the city administrator with approval from the mayor through our risk fund for $20,000. I was hoping to have heard by now. I haven't. They haven't fulfilled it, but they're supposed to within the next couple of weeks. If we get that grant, I won't need this money. So that would immediately drop that request off. So even with all that, we're looking at alternative sources, at least from my perspective, my agency, I can speak of need. And while you may look at technical things, what they perform for us are the things that we've narrowed it down. I had a big list too when we first started looking at ARPA money. I was asked to trim it down, I did. We trimmed it down even further. We're down to the essentials for public safety, in my opinion, and also to fulfill state mandates with the changing laws. De-escalation training, all that, we're mandated now in a different degree. So I just wanted to make sure I gave that perspective out there. And I'll step back, but if you have questions, feel free. I'll stay up here.
Yes, we have a question. Mr. Stuckey.
Yeah, I mean, you discussed it with me, but just for the public's sake, I mean, it's real easy to say, why do you need a drone? That's an easy pickings. But when you explain it to me, it made a whole lot more sense. I know we're pushed for time, but do you mind just taking a minute or two of why
I've
it's
got all the
relevant
time in the world.
for people like us who aren't?
I'm not an overtime.
Who aren't officers who could understand why that's necessary.
Sure, and that's kind of what I want to talk, because you drone, you think it's an extravagant item. I didn't want that price. I was looking at something less. As I started looking more into them, we visited Skagit County, we visited Mount Vernon. For both the Robat and drones, they both have those programs, or actually Skagit has a drone. A drone, and I wish I had a video, but I've pulled up videos. One example is the police go to a house to serve a search warrant on a subject, and there's a video of it, an actual real-life event in another state. And as they're at the front door for this person who's known to assault police officers, who's assaulted another citizen, is known to potentially have weapons, their search team, entry team, is at the front door. The back is surrounded by a fence, and is deemed to be a little dangerous to put an officer back there. So they fly this drone over this house when they're serving the search warrant. We'd have to do it within the limits of the law and with proper procedures. And you can see on the video when they do that, as they've released their drone video, suspect jumps out a back window, jumps over a fence, and takes off, and ditches something as he does so. This is all caught on drone. No officers are immediately put in danger, and then the drone operator directs him to where this suspect is, get him into custody without any kind of problems. So that's one example. We can also use it to document accident scenes, crime scenes. Again, if you get somebody out there, hey, there's a windsurfer board out in the bay, nobody visible. We're not sure if somebody fell off. Theoretically, you could put that drone up, you could go out there with the thermal vision, catch the heat signature, and identify whether or not, there's a person who's recently fallen off. So multiple uses. The robot's another one that you and I talked about. So let's say we have a potential suicidal suspect or subject who we're talking with, and then all of a sudden we hear a gunshot in the house. We tend to think maybe that person, unfortunately, has done something to themselves. Maybe they're isolated. So we have choices to make. When do we go into this house? Is this person no longer a threat to us or not? An option with the robot is you breach the door, open the door, or break a window, put the robot in, send it in with somebody controlling it from outside without ever having to enter it, and you can look to see where that person is. You can do that same scenario with other suspects, and that's all part of the push, which it should be, at a state level with laws, to not have those encounters be forced. and stuff we've been trying to practice forever anyways. This gives us an additional ability. And it's really liability-wise and requirement-wise, they don't require you to have a robot or drone, but the processes meet those, the intent of the legislators too. Is that it?
I guess one more question about the drone, just because I'm also a drone guy. A $2,000 fully decked out Mavic Pro wouldn't cut it.
You know, that's what I looked at first.
Yeah,
I
have a mini. It's nothing like that.
Yeah, there's multiple capabilities. The drone we're looking at is the one suggested by people that I've reached out to, and it is a DJI, and it has 1 hour flight time as compared to half an hour flight time. It's industrial is what they describe it. It's got a lifting capability when you add the FLIR to it, which is a hefty piece. I mean, the camera itself is around 14 grand. It's FLIR, zoom, high, you know, all the optics and all that kind of stuff. You could get a small drone and have it, and you're going to be up there thinking, man, I really can't see that, or I wish I had that FLIR, or man, bring it back half an hour later, and that's when an incident happens because you don't have that hour flight time. There's also capabilities in the other drone. If you see something, it'll immediately take high-res shots automatically and a lot of different things. For the purposes of us to be future-proof and to get what we want, this drone makes sense.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll make a comment about the air duct cleaning. We live in, these are really old buildings, and you know that mold gravitates really easy. By cleaning the ducts, you are saving the safety of our employees. I'm sorry, but out of all the money, some of it just looks like wish list stuff being picked off and paid for. But the safety of our employees to be able to go to work and breathe clean air. So first, you have to do the air duct cleaning, but then you need a filtration system. And I know that we had, in our own home, we had a allergy filter things, but we added one that now zaps all the viruses, so it kills, I don't care if it's COVID, some other type of cold or whatever, and so we are lower at risk. I am lower at risk. Anyone that uses an inhaler, whatever. So I think this is putting money for the safety of our citizens. So I think this item is really important. It's not just cleaning the ducts, but it's actually having a filtration system. And I don't know the health of everybody, but if we're used the money to begin with to buy masks and sanitizers and the little cubicles to keep everybody separated from everybody, and you have to talk like at the utilities, you have to talk through, you know, you can't breathe on anyone. I think we need to take care of the air and stuff for our citizens. So to me, this is a high value and really where I think the money goes to protect our employees that are also our citizens in our town. So I'm definitely for this one, sorry. Mr. Evans.
When the finance director was going through this, the hesitation that you had after you said that the ducts had not been cleaned in over 5 years, how long has it been? Anybody?
Oh, Sandra, are you on the call?
What's that?
Chief has an answer, I think.
Okay, yeah, Sandra, please, I think she put 2015 on the backup, but yeah, I guess the chief can answer too.
The last time our ducts were cleaned is when the building was constructed in 1992.
Well, then I would just like to say that if the health of our employees and our citizens are important, then if we're going to fund this, we should also have a schedule to maintain it. Otherwise, we're just pretending that we care. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Mr. Hoffman withdraws his questions.
Sorry
Mr.
to
Goldman,
interject.
go ahead.
Sandra did kind of put a schedule for each building, and I think the latest ones were 2016. So obviously there's other ones that are, you know, have a long, you know, it's been a longer time. So.
I would say fire department is number one to have their ducts cleaned first. All right, any other questions about the list? Because this will come to us to be voted on. Mr. Marshall, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question on the economic development position. Is 2 years enough time to really get something done? Is there a slated goals for this position? And then is it potentially budgeted for the future beyond the 2 years?
David, I can
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
take a
We
stab
only
at
do the
this.
budget 2 years at a time,
Yeah.
but go ahead.
So this was one of the former council members went to other cities that had economic development positions and advocated for this. And so it was the number one priority by the council from the workshop 2 years ago. Certainly, if you don't feel that way, we're working on a list of areas. I think we have a lot of grant opportunities that we're talking about on the administrator's report that we can put that person on, talking about conference center and a lot of large areas, and then we have smaller areas that we want to focus on too. Certainly, I can come back and give you more detail if you wanted to consider that area there. And I remember one council member during his campaign reminded me that it was one of the priorities, so we put it on there. But certainly, your call. As far as the timing issue that you're talking about, 2 years. Some cities, we've done it for like 2 years and then went and didn't do it again. So, I mean, that's one of those opportunities. I think we fund it with the ARPA position. We figure out where it was. So in my association with other cities, some cities do an economic development position for a while and then they don't, and then they bring it back. And so, it's just certainly up to the council. There's a kind of a saying that if you don't have somebody assigned to do it, it doesn't get done. And certainly we can assign some duties and do a more robust area. Before we had the person in, I think, 2015, 2016, we had a blends position, and that's something we might want to look at in the future, where we had a person that was a planner, long-term planner, and was in economic development. And that's something that maybe we would look at in the future if we had a vacancy there and look at a blend position, and that's a little easier to absorb. And I think longer term, that's probably where we would have to go. So it was interesting through that budget process, that was the number one priority, but then the council, when it came down to try to fit it into the budget, it just didn't fit in and didn't get funded.
I'll add some comments. The blended person ended up being torn, and most of the time planning took over, so there was very little. If you don't have someone trying to bring in development to you, it's not going to happen. And if you look at Bellevue or large cities, probably their largest department is economic development. Because if you bring the businesses in, and it causes people to buy things and stuff like that. So we keep trying because we know that it's necessary. We do have help from Island County EDC, but it's just not enough for a town or city our size, that you need something to help generate money and to buy up properties or empty storefronts or something like that. I would think Main Street, they've looked at things like that too, but it costs to have a person dedicated to that. So 2 years, look at the numbers, and then see if we can't find more money for it. But some cities, we provide the infrastructure, but we do need someone to help bring it in. Mr. Evans.
The comment I have in regards to the economic development position is that if the attitude of the city is not going to be extremely welcoming and giving reasons for these businesses to come into the city, then it's a wasted position. So I think we really need to address that before we jump into putting someone in full-time trying to attract people where they're just going to be frustrated.
Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, it was the number one goal of the budget, right? And there were several things I just want to recap that we talked about. I don't know how many people in the city have said, we need a nice hotel convention center down on our waterfront. I mean, how long have we heard that? Well, there's other cities out there vying every day for those convention center hotels to come to their city. I mean, that's how it works, right? There are actually cities out there looking for people, right? And they go to conventions and they go to companies and they say, hey, we want you to come to our community. And if we're just sitting back waiting for that to happen to us, right, we're probably still going to be talking about it 10 years from now, right? So we discussed this position as not only being that person to help us understand where our city wants to go and what the people of our city want to see in our city, versus it just happening. I mean, because that's the choice, right? We either sit back and we just see what happens, or we be somewhat proactive about it, and we decide these are the things and the components we need within our city, and then we actively go out and search for them. And I can guarantee you that's what other towns around us are doing with their economic development coordinators. But to Councilmember Evans' comments, we also looked at this economic development coordinator as that person that would help us get through these projects, right? That would be that single point of contact for that developer coming into our community, and then would assemble the different departments and the information and help them get through that. So this would not only be a benefit to the development coming into the city, but I think it'd be a development, an opportunity for our staff, right? To also have that single point of contact to funnel back out, right? So it's important, though, to understand that the economic development position has to be filled, though, with somebody that understands economic development. And that's why the half and half position just didn't quite fly, right? How are you going to find somebody who's an expert and understands economic development and has the contacts within economic development community? And, you know, we're not talking about just housing developments. We're talking about commercial developments. We're talking about that hotel convention center. You know, but there are people that have those contacts and know this stuff. And to think that we can hire somebody to do this as well as do this and do that, I think we probably get what we pay for. And quite frankly, we kind of made a half-hearted attempt at it once before. So that was my thoughts. I certainly see this as still a number one priority for our city moving forward, to have a little bit of logical growth and be putting our time and effort into those things that are going to enhance our community rather than just sitting back and letting it happen. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Other questions or discussion on this? Okay,
Mayor Pro Tem,
Whoop.
one more comment.
Yes, sir.
Just to answer, I appreciate the proactive criticism there, certainly on that. And I think one of the things too often on the planning side and the building inspecting side were reactive. And one thing I like about the economic development, it has you chasing and it gets you proactive, and hopefully that would permeate through the whole organization that way.
All right, North Woodby Sewer Expansion Grant Request. Mr. Alex Warner, please. And our new director, Mr. Schuler.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a presentation for you, and I'll go through this rather quickly, but there will be time for questions at the end. So this is a Rural County Economic Development 2022 funding application opportunity for North Woodby Sewer Expansion. So this project proposes to expand the City of Oak Harbor sewer system to approximately 6 parcels within the city limits and 25 parcels within the urban growth area. It would serve about 150 acres with city sewer. The project details are listed here. I think it's easier if I can pull up the map and explain it. So this is the north end of town. We have in pink our city limits. In yellow is the urban growth area limits. And green here is the existing sewer infrastructure we have. So this project proposes to install a lift station at the low point within this city-owned right-of-way along Rifle Road. There would be a force main pumping up to the existing sewer in Goldie Street Road. We would then construct gravity sewer main along the Rifle Road right-of-way and along Oak Harbor Road up to Alt Field. Nearly all of this runs downhill to the north, so then it would extend sewer along Altfield Road back to the Goldie line, which then flows to our Altfield lift station. That would need to be, the capacity would need to be increased as part of this project as well. So estimate at this time is about $4.7 million. That includes a 30% contingency. This has been shown in our economic development element as well as our capital improvement plan. Currently, we have in our 21-22 budget showing approximately $4 million in unsecured grants. So the value proposition for business would assist applicants who wish to develop in the northern industrial area for the city, provide sewer to these underdeveloped properties. The properties served are zoned industrial and planned industrial park. So again, this is about 150 acres. We have an estimate that the area could support between 1.5 to 3 full-time employees per acre, which comes out to between 225 and 450 FTEs over 10 years of development. Timeline for this, it's approximately 3.5 years. There's more detail there on the screen for you for each phase of the project. And the action plan, so it makes properties more viable to develop, eliminates septic systems that exist within the city limits, and there's an increase in jobs. So again, the $4.7 million estimate, the grant supplies 75% of that, so it would be about $3.5 million. City would use local funds of approximately $1.1 million for the remaining 25%. It would serve about 30 parcels, and it may support up to 450 FTEs. So I can take any questions if you have them.
Any questions? Mr. Warner, I have one. By expanding this and we have businesses come in, then they would be paying to our sewer system so that the more people we have hook on as the businesses are there, then that would also help bring down rates because it gets divided. You know, the more you have participating, then eventually it lowers it. So, correct?
I believe that is correct. Maybe Mr. Goldman could confirm on that.
Yes. So I was using the restroom and I walked in. So please repeat the question.
No problem. So by adding this extension, applying for the grant that pays for almost all of it, as we get the line in, they can sell the property, they can open and have businesses there that fit the area, the code. This would help ratepayers in general because they would be hooking up and now paying a monthly sewer fee to the city. Sewer, water, whatever we have there.
Yeah, generally, yes. I mean, there's a lot of different parts when it comes to doing the rates, but the biggest part of the sewer rate is the debt service, and that's not going to change. That's going to stay steady for the next 20 plus years. So with more people sharing the cost, that would have the effect of helping out with the overall rates. But of course, the new pipe would have to be maintained. That would add some level of expenses, and so on. So things would have to be balanced when we do the rate study. But because the largest portion is debt service and that's fixed, overall it probably would help defray some of the costs.
All right, thank you. Mr. Oborn?
So the matching fee can be offset, some of it on the system development fee or the impact fee that the new businesses would pay too. So we're not waiving that. But normally when you connect, you have to pay the connection cost to connect up, and you have to pay the system development fee. So the economic development is already having the sewer there. And it's kind of a you build it and they come philosophy there. And then the other area is we may not get grant funding up to that amount, and we would just scale that project to it and maybe take it in 2 or 3 years in development. So if the county turned around and gave us just $2 million for that building, when we would just scale it back to a $2 million project and then come back again to the county next year or the next year after that and do this in phases. But it's a great opportunity. It's kind of that philosophy, you build it and they come. So I think and we've had interest in that area that people asked about extending. There was some confusion, so we can turn around and connect people outside of city limits in the UGA, and this is all in the urban growth area, so they can all connect. Certainly if an area is not connected in the future, in the past, sometimes where we, on Swanton Road, where we told people, well, you're not contiguous, so we're not going to do it. So if somebody's at the end of the line and they're willing to pay the connection fee and the 150% more because of their outside of city limits, then certainly we'll connect them.
Mr. Wiesner, thank you. Mr. Oborn.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Oborn, I guess the concern I have in just looking at this map, and I do agree with you, build it and they will come. I mean, that's developers are looking for easier properties to develop, and if they don't find them here, they will go find them in a different community, and that's just the way that works. But in looking at this map, I really only see 2 properties that are undeveloped along this line that we're stalling. There's actually 3, but one of them is a giant wetland down there at the end of Oak Harbor Road. I don't know if that's developable or not, but it's always been swampland. So we've got the property there just when the sewer line takes hit north. There's the one large property there, and then there's another little property about halfway down. The rest of these properties seem like they're developed, and unless there's some redevelopment of the property or change in use of the property, there's no way to force a connection or anything like that. So I guess just looking at this map, I'm just wondering, who are we trying to serve? I mean, it looks like we've got 2 properties there that are developable that we'd be serving.
I appreciate your expertise there. Maybe we're a little overestimated, but you know that also sewer affords density. So a lot of the businesses don't have the density in there because they don't have the sewer. They rely upon septic. So hopefully there will be some redevelopment in there. So certainly it's hard to gauge. Maybe we're a little optimistic on it, but it's certainly your call. But I think it's a good project too, and I think, but we can dial back some of your numbers if you want.
That density would require annexing into the city, however, right? So,
no, it doesn't require annexing into the city.
Well, other than the fact that you'd be stuck with county densities, right? I mean, the only way you're going to get maximum density is to be within the city limits. County densities aren't going to be near the same high of density as what if it was in the city.
Yeah, we're going to encourage the annexation. We already supply water to a large area of that area already. I don't think we have the map on that, but I think Alex can talk to that. So there's already water a lot in that area already, but sewer would certainly afford density.
So, but none of this property is residential, so we're talking about industrial density.
Yeah, everything above, it's all above 16th Avenue, so
and
it all has to be industrial, so, and.
Then I guess my concern is, we have, 60, 80, 100 plus acres on Goldie Road, currently zoned industrial, that's not developed, and I get, don't take me wrong, I'm not saying that I'm totally dead set against this project, but I guess I'm just questioning the forethinking. Is there something I'm missing here? Because, when it comes to industrial land, we actually have quite a bit left undeveloped. I mean, we've got that infrastructure down Goldie Road, and there's quite a few properties out there undeveloped. But when it comes to residential land, I mean, we're just absolutely starving. And So I'm just wondering if we're just feeding the wrong beast, and again, maybe I'm just not forward-thinking enough when it comes to that.
Well, the grant funding is geared toward job creation, so it's easier to get it if it's industrial or commercial with job creation. So that's the color of the rural county economic
So
development.
this is more of a
grant.
timing thing based upon the grant, that, there's some money out there that may be available that we may not have available in the future when it comes time for when we really need this land developed because we don't have any more industrial land.
So honestly, if this wasn't a 75% match from the county, the rural economic development, it probably wouldn't be feasible, but certainly with the development is certainly an option for us to go after it. And we looked at all the projects that we have, and we want to make sure we apply pretty much every year. And you just extended, or talked about extending a grant that we already had, because the Marina Boatyard purchase is a rural economic development grant. We asked to do it on the Fakima Road, and they turned us down. I think we've got some grant in the past for Windjammer Phase 1. But we always want to get in there, and I know Langley did a sewer expansion similar to this, and so they've already set a precedence with paying sewer expansion for that, and certainly we can look at other areas. This was the one that we already had on the planning area, and was the easiest to kind of develop and be competitive for this grant. And I've already had kind of initial consultation with some of the decision makers at the county level, and they were pretty favorable on this.
Well, and again, I appreciate the forward thinking, right? I mean, I'm thinking for the moment, looking in front of me, and I appreciate the forward thinking. And more so, I guess what I appreciate is the fact that we're looking at providing sewer services outside the city limits. Something, as you know, I have been pounding on us. We've had opportunities where we've had folks looking at doing development just outside the city limits, developments that would be beneficial to both the city and the county, and the item that's been holding them back is septic loads. The county's commercial septic load, program is a tough one to meet, and once you reach a certain size of development, you just, quite frankly, can't meet it without putting in your own mini sewage treatment plant, which would seem counterproductive when we have a sewage treatment plant here that could certainly use some additional commercial revenue coming in from it. So, I certainly support the idea of thinking outside the box, and let's figure out ways in that UGA where we can start being proactive and stimulating development. So from that perspective, I certainly get it, and from the perspective, I guess, of the timing and the grant matching, I certainly get it. But you get my concern with just understanding the end goal, but it sounds like you have an end goal in mind. So thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Marshall?
Thank you. I share Councilmember Wiesner's concerns about, what's actually developable out there. Is any of those properties currently for sale? Have we had applications in or any kind of inquiries on that? I understand that we have the opportunity to get potentially a grant, but there's still 1.2 million that we'd be accountable for, and just to spend the money with the hopes that we're going to get those tie-ins eventually, that's still on the ratepayers. So that's my concern, is willing to building something out that sits for a long time.
So we do have an annexation that's already on Gun Club Road in Oak Harbor. And we've had interest on some of the other areas, and we do have the trailer park that's already expressed interest. So we've already probably have about 3 to 4 properties that express interest in developing in that area. And I don't know if some of the staff that has more history here, Alex or CAC, if you're welcome to strengthen my answer here, please.
Sure, we have received a development application several years ago with a sizable parcel that's within the city of Oak Harbor limits, just south of where I'm showing the force main. And one of the big holdups for them was the cost of providing a private lift station for that. It was a planted business park, I believe, is what they were proposing. And then additionally, we do have an annexation on the west side of Oak Harbor Road. That's in process right now.
Property though, that's right in front of that lift station. Is any of that for sale? Yeah, where your cursor's at, all of that.
I know we've had discussions about with an applicant that wants to develop it. So I don't believe it's for sale, but there is interest to develop it.
Yeah, there's interest in the property to the south of that, both sides of the Gun Club Road where the force main. We've had interest in that area there.
And I do want to mention to council, this is time critical in that the applications are due March 31st. So we'll have to get these in approximately a week.
When did we find out about this grant?
They give us about, they don't give us a lot of time, about 2 months period. And then we had to do some evaluations, and then it takes us a little while to do the whole study and come to the dollar amount here. So as we go along, we'll have more things in the way, but we had to do quite a lot of preliminary work to get this presentation ready.
It says in the description that the city has received, applications have been submitted to the area, to the city for projects, but due to the lack of an available gravity connection to the city sewer, we've had a problem with that. How many people have applied?
I believe around 4.
Okay, I'm going to have to just echo the same concerns that my fellow council members have expressed. Thank you.
So, Mr. Oburn or Alex, since this application is due on March 30th, does that mean council, this is an action, it wasn't listed as an action item, but we took roll call in order to have action. Do we need a formal motion in order to submit this application to the county in time?
The way we were working on it, we were looking for a consensus from the council, and then we have this on the April date, and if council votes against it, then we'll retract the grant.
Okay,
But we have the problem with the item with getting it on here. But the way the dates went with the first in March, it kind of messed us up on the dates in the application process with council on the 1st and the 15th. So we couldn't quite get it on, and we didn't have enough information to put it on last month with doing the workshops monthly. So that's why the timing is that way. So it looks like there's at least 2, the way I have it, or maybe 3. I'm trying to do a kind of a consensus here so that we don't do the application and then the council has to reverse it in April.
Right. I can't see, city clerk can see Ms. Heisen, so I'm guessing if she gives a head nod or something.
Council Member Heisen, I do not currently see in the meeting, Mayor Pro
Okay.
Tem.
You're right. The more we apply for grants, it seems to put us in the running to be top of the list for things. But right, it's still $1 million we would have to come up with. But when you consider how far out this is and 75%, it's kind of hard to pass up too. But I would like to see at the April meeting, the applications or, let's say, inquirement for applications to the city in this area, because I think that would help some of the council members on if we build it, they will come. Let's see how many people are already potentially nudging that way. If we have a sewer system, then they will develop it. So if they're inquiring, then hopefully someone from Development Services or Alex can say, yes, we have 4 people and these are the lots that they have, or we have 3. Just even though they haven't filled it out, at least we know people are interested, I think would help. But
So my inclination is a reservation by council, then we will not submit the application because it's hard to sell it to the county if there's hesitancy on your level. So I'll just make
I
a
guess you could do a
unilaterally-
thumbs up or thumbs down
Okay.
just to say how it's going to
Okay.
go. So if you want to do a thumbs up or thumbs down, yes, sir.
There's no such thing as a free horse. I have issues with the next three grants. Really, here as we move through this, and the value of good money after bad sometimes. So I'm pretty apprehensive on this one, especially.
Okay.
All right, well, maybe we should do a thumbs up just so they should know they should quit planning right now and not submit it, or should they go ahead and put it in and then we have the right to pull it if we don't like it? I mean, it takes a lot of work for doing this, so.
Mayor Protem, if I
Yes,
can intercede here, I counted the votes, and so it looks like there are at least 4 that have reservations, and that certainly is a majority, so I can see my direction there on consensus.
Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess before you lay down there, Mr. Oborn, I just want to bring up, I guess, the subject of Valley High Mobile Home Park. Don't we have a bunch of failed, or, I mean, the county has a bunch of failed septic systems in there, or isn't there something going on there, the mobile home park, that?
The applicant has been dependent upon us coming in and doing a grant. We had this grant in here for 2 years ago. I think it went into the last cycle, but we had the unsecured funding on there. So without grant funding, it's never going to go forward. So certainly that person would be an applicant, would be a beneficiary of it, and that would probably be a for sure connection. The individual would have to do it on its own. The individual can put in the lift station and owns the property all the way to Goldie, and certainly could connect that way. And that would be, if we don't go forward with the grant, then that's what we would tell the individual, that if they want sewer, they got to shoulder it themselves.
So has there been discussion with them about their need for this? I mean, is that one of the considering factors here?
Yeah, well, I think the individual's been trying to annex for the property to the west there, has been trying to annex for at least 2 or 3, the last 4 to 6 years, and the city's turned them down twice for annexation into getting a sewer.
And are they're not willing to share in the cost of this, understanding that, I mean, from what I remember, there are several systems in there that are real marginal.
I mean, even if we apply for the grant, we can turn around and make do a connection fee that way if you wanted to too. So we're not defining in this grant the way that we assess it. So if you wanted to next a kind of a prorated connection fee, certainly we could do that, something above the system development fee, because like I said, if it was done on its own, then they have to foot the whole bill. So we can go at a prorated rate. That's certainly an option.
And I mean, a latecomers agreement or
Oh, yeah.
something along that lines, where we could possibly end up recouping our investment and maybe even then some. How does the council feel about that, understanding that some of this could be recouped through a latecomer fee based upon
I believe
installation cost?
Waterloo, my street before I moved in, was done. The city wanted to do the water because they needed the water flow for the hydrants and move it, with the assurance that if they did that, provided water and people hooked up, there was a latecomers fee for some of the property if it was developed. They would end up paying part of it, and then the sewer was going to come in 10 years. I'm still waiting for the
Still
sewer,
waiting on
and
that.
I've been in the house 20 years, and it was supposed to be a 10-year thing. But yes, the latecomer sounds like a great thing if we put the money in and figure out a way to do that. But if we know there's a trailer park that's in dire need, and they probably don't have the money to put in a lift station. So,
Well, I mean, not only
I'm
do...
still in favor
not
of
only do-
this
let-
because
let's
it
face
will
not-
help our community.
Let's face it, not only do we have the trailer park owner there, but we actually have, 30 or 35 people living in that trailer park that own their trailers, right?
Yeah.
That I guess we have to kind of take in consideration. It's not just them. Is there typically any sunsets to latecomer agreements? Could we find ourselves in a situation where people could just wait us out and not have to pay that fee?
I'm no expert of that, and I don't know if there's legal counsel or somebody else that's more of an expert. I think it's 10 years I don't know if you're Hoffmeyer. If you're an expert, please.
Please.
To segue off something else, given what we know the city utility rates are, and then if you were looking at a latecomer agreement on top of that, we may very well be hurting the people that we are attempting to help here.
I would also like just to make a comment that that 1.175 million would be coming out of our sewer fund. And considering the current state of our sewer lines, I think that's just a poor use of our money. We got to take care of what we've got first.
Any other comments? Okay, we will move on to Harbor Heights Sports Complex status, please.
Good evening, council. So, Harbor Heights is a park that we had purchased 2 years ago, and the presentation will be giving the council where our current state is. Just a moment here, get the share screen on. Are you seeing the share screen now?
Yes, we are.
Great, thank you very much. So on the Harbor Heights, here we go. I'm going to provide the council, for those that aren't familiar with it, and for those that are, I'll give you a refresher. So I'm going to give a little background on this. It's a 75-acre parcel north of 116th and between Heller and Oak Harbor. It was deeded just a little over 2 years ago and has currently 2 existing residential road accesses to it. One is Northwest Ewa, which the council had declined on that one, and Gun Club Road. And the Gun Club Road is a county road and Elwha is a city road. Both of them are residential street. David Evans and Associates were hired to do a design of a master plan, which was completed in 2021. And in the same year, David Evans and Associates. Are you able to hear me clearly? I'm getting an echo back on my side.
No, you sound great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the sound check. And they started doing a phase 1. And the phase 1 is 2 soccer fields and parking. In the phase 1 budget, a concept was developed in-house in 2020. They sought a grant from the state, and it was budgeted at the time of the concept of $1.65 million. The grant was awarded from the state in 2020 for $350,000. This past in December, it was in November. This was brought before the council. Council had made a decision initially with only the 2 access road that they were going to go with Gun Club. And that was estimated in 2021 for $3.1 million. The reason that the council had selected the Gun Club Road when they were presented with 2 other alternatives, which I'll discuss in just a moment or present in just a moment, was that the other options, there was a concern that some internal roads, which would be temporary, would need to be constructed if other accesses other than Gun Club Road was to be constructed. And the council had a concern, of course, that brings extra cost in. And if we built the permanent, again, there would be the cost that would have to be absorbed with the first phase. We have found out on Gun Club Road, we're starting to receive contacts from residents up in the county area that are opposing the Gun Club Road as an access feeling that it's going to impact the quality of life of their neighborhood. City staff did do an analysis last year, and we looked at 2 access roads. These are non-existing roads. And to construct those roads, including the acquisition of right-of-way, there was both were Northeast 16th. One was on the west side to Heller, which is what staff had recommended. And the other was Northeast 16th to Oak Harbor for about $4.1 million. Again, this would be the complete cost, including right-of-way. They don't go through residential on either of these. There'll be a discussion in the next item on this, so I'm not going to go into great detail. Staff has been working internally and with the Planning Commission to look at the use of gravel roads as temporary roads that would be utilized in parks only. And also to, as part of that, we're looking at using gravel for parking in the future as temporary or what's called a local improvement, a low impact development. And those are considered permanent, but what it does is it allows water to flow through it so they have a significantly cheaper cost and a lower impact to the environment. This is at the Planning Commission, and the Planning Department is going to be presenting this to the council in the future with a recommendation from the Planning Commission. So where we're sitting on the status right now, phase 1 is under design by David Evans and Associates. We are at 60%. The consultants submitted into the city. We are at a staff level doing the review. At the 60% is basically it's a full design, but it's at a level where it allows for alternatives or modifications to be performed before you go into your final design. So it's kind of your last major change consideration on that. One thing that was not put in the original contract, it does not include the cost estimate. This is actually a pretty important factor. And the reason why it wasn't put in is past staff had made the decision, and it appears it was a cost-saving idea, that they elected to do the cost estimate at 90%. What this creates for the city is we've got a design that's moving forward that we're reviewing, but we don't know what the cost is. I'll be covering that in just a moment of how we're attempting to address that. The 90% under our current contract, the way we're proceeding, is April of this year, and that will again come with the cost estimate. The 100% is in May. That would allow for construction to start in June and July. Staff looked at how to address the cost estimate, so we did prepare one in-house. We used information that was provided by David Evans and Associate when they did the master plan, was based on a planning level. So to repeat on this, the budget that we currently have approved is $1.65 million. The 60% estimate that staff had created is $4.7 to $5.1 million. That's a direct comparison between the two. Now, I do want to make it clear on this one that these are built on quantity takeoff by staff, and it was using the master plan estimate for unit costs. And where there's a difference on that is when you do a planning level cost estimate, this is not called an engineer's estimate typically. What they do is they use numbers. For example, they would base things on how many square feet of parking you have, and they would say it's going to cost you X amount of dollars per square foot. On engineering estimates, which are more accurate, they actually estimate how much asphalt is needed for the parking lot. What's the cost for drainage, storm base, excavation, clearing? So the point that I'm getting at on this is the 60% estimate that staff has prepared is expected to be on the high side. However, there is a concern that the 1.65 was an estimate. We don't know how it was prepared. We don't have documentation that we have been able to locate of how that number was derived. So we're hoping that the budget that is currently approved is going to be closer to reality. But we felt at this time it is critical to bring this up to the council's attention upon this discovery. And basically, it'll lead to how we're recommending we go into how to approach this first phase project. Again, for the rest of the council who's not aware of it, the 75 acres of Harbor Heights is totally undeveloped. So we've got two discussion topics here. The immediate one is the option of phase one. So where we're sitting right now is we see two basic options that the city has at this point. And I guess you could actually put a third one in. The third would be stop everything now. The city has a fair amount of money invested into this project, so we didn't even list that as an option. So the option one that we have on this is to ask David Evans and Associates to go ahead and prepare a 60% cost estimate. And this would allow a decision to be made at this point that we could potentially reduce, well, we actually have the option to reduce the project scope. We can make the design changes before we hit the 90%. And it's important that the 60% this be done, because at the 90%, it's effectively 100% design with just final checks for any typo type mistakes. The con of this is it does create additional design costs. There would be some delay time for them to prepare a cost estimate, for the city to get a cost estimate from them to do the work. The second option would be to continue with the design. Again, the city has paid roughly about 80% is what you typically pay for a 60% design. And that's because you do a lot of front up work like surveying and initial concept layouts, and wait for the 90% design cost estimate, which would be roughly a little over a month away. We already have a contract, and so in about a month, 6 weeks, we will have a cost estimate. There'll be no impact to the design cost. And the con is that there could be additional costs in the design if changes are to be made with the 90%. Staff is recommending that the city proceed with 2%, with option 2. And again, the reason for it is going to be a couple fold. One, this has been budgeted. We're under contract. The consultant has the design significantly completed. At 90%, we will have a firmed up cost estimate, which should be pretty darn close to what you could expect for this to be constructed. The second advantage to this, besides knowing a realistic cost, depending upon the next discussion we're going to have, which is long range, it could give a council the decision whether to proceed with construction or halt the project and shelf the design. That doesn't mean you're not going to use it. It's going to be a usable design. It'll have a shelf life typically of 3 to 5 years. The reason there's usually a 3 to 5 years, the design itself is not going to alter with a park that is not developed, but you have to bring it up to current standards and regulations. So there would be a cost in there. As a rule of thumb, I would say you're looking probably in the neighborhood, it would be probably a $20,000, $30,000 charge to bring it up if you waited beyond 5 years. So with this, I'm going to stop and ask for any questions for the council, and if there's a preference. We're not looking for a vote. We're just looking to find out if you go with option 2, we're already on track and there's no action actually needed. So I'll stop and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Muck. Mr. Hoffman.
Hi. Time out. I am probably one of the more pro-parks counselors up here. The would-be Harbor Heights project is not popular yet. I believe it will be someday if we don't create an $8.2 million albatross. So there's that. Next, when I'm envisioning little Johnny or little Ben or little Legend going to the Harbor Heights Sports Complex. Not in a million years can I imagine my child riding a bicycle down Oak Harbor Road with zero shoulder or down Heller Road in a 50-mile-an-hour zone. How we ever got moved off of Elwha is baffling to me. It's just as baffling today as when I sit and watch those council meetings in the fall. I can sum up in a single sentence my clearest observation with regards to the would-be Harbor Heights project. We either go in off Elwha as our Phase 1 access road, or Harbor Heights never happens. For me, this is about getting to yes. As I said, I'm very pro-parks. Do you need a motion? If so, I will move that council choose Elwha as the Phase 1 access road. Otherwise, I am a hard no on this project.
Mr. Stuckey?
Question on option 1, and first of all, thank you for being proactive. This is obviously not easy news to bring, so my hat's off to you.
Thank you.
The con on option 1, it says create additional design costs. Maybe you mentioned I missed it. What do you estimate that additional design cost to be?
I can't answer that question. I can give you a range.
That's fine.
It would probably be, well, and let me explain first why I can't answer that question. If we ask for them to do an estimate at 60% and they come in and show the project at $3 million or $4 million, we're going to have to look at what could we achieve a project that meets the intent of 2 soccer fields and sufficient parking. Could we get that to within the 1.65, which means we're going to have to change the design. Means we're not taking the fields out. That means you're probably going to be, well, the only option I honestly can tell you would be we're going to have to remove parking. And it's going to have some level of reduction. That's going to equate to having to do a design change. If the choice comes in that we're actually going to remove a soccer field, making only 1 soccer field, again, there'll be a design cost change to that. A time delay, too, is if we come back, and I'll give just a for instance, if we come back and let's say the project comes in at $3 million, we're going to come back to the council and saying, $3 million, we can't pull out all the parking and achieve the goal on it. We're going to be asking the council, what would you like us to do? We can add more money, we can delay the project, we can go with a full design, but we maybe not have a design cost, but we'll definitely have a time delay. So whatever happens on this is going to be all dependent upon what that cost estimate comes back at the 60%.
Okay. I mean, I have zero issue with a time delay. What I don't want is for us to do another major project that goes over budget. I can handle over time. I know there's sometimes they're related, but over budget for something like this, for me personally, I'm more of an option 1 guy. Get the information, let's hold it and get that information now, as opposed to keep going with the chance this could be way over what we estimated.
Mr. Evans?
The Harbor Heights Park project, I think it's important to the city of Oak Harbor. These types of parks bring many families to our city, brings many kids to our city. We can have tournaments and competitions there, and those bring revenue to our city. However, we can't spend $8 million on it. I would support option 2 because I think the park is something that we've got to do. And I think we need to know what the costs are going to be so that way we can properly make a decision on how we're going to move forward. And I think the more important question is when we're going to move forward.
Mr. Marshall?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Monken, thank you for bringing this forward. I too don't want to find ourselves in a position where we approve a project and then come to find out later we're way over budget. I do support this project. This is one that I think that if we build it, they will come type of thing. I think it's economic development for sure. As president of the Youth Football League, I see firsthand how crowded Fort Nugent Park gets, especially when we have football and soccer going on at the same time. I could see where that would be problematic for neighborhoods. I could see where that would be problematic for trying to punch into Elwha or through Gun Club Road. So just for my own, I would recommend, or I would go with option 2.
Mr. Hoffmeyer?
One of the things I don't see in here, and I thought I may have seen it, being that I happen to live a block from this site, and, we do walk out there and stuff sometimes. the original cost estimate of 1.65 million, I wish there was kind of more of a paper trail on that. But that portion of the site seems so much more buildable than as you shift a little. And is some of that price discrepancy possibly from having a different access?
Yeah, I think, Mickey, you can speak to that?
I sure can. And the answer, and I can't tell you in full detail since we have not been able to find the paper trail, but if the phase one if Awa was selected, phase one would have been constructed on a property or a portion of the park property that's directly to the south. And so would have butted up to Awa. And it would have been on a flatter piece of land. As it stands now, it's on a area where they've got a pretty large cut and fill area, and Gun Club Road, of course, is closer to it now. So they made the decision when Gun Club was selected, they made the decision to move it up, and the estimate does not necessarily reflect the impact of the grade change in that.
Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Munkin, thank you for delivering the hard messages. I mean, it's not an easy one, right? This is a triple of the budget. In fact, we're going from 1.65 million for an overall budget to 1.65 million just to clear the property, right? And not have anything other than a cleared area to build. I guess the major concern I have is we're looking at an $8 million cost projection in front of us for phase one. This is 2 soccer fields and a parking area. This is only the beginning. This is $8 million for 2 soccer fields and a parking area. I just think to myself, what could we do with $8 million to our crown jewel, Windjammer Park, right? What would that park look like after an $8 million expenditure? And what could that generate for our city in tourism, visitors, enjoyment for the public? I just got to be thinking that's our amphitheater. That's our... I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff that could be done, and why I support this project. Although I've always been kind of questioning why we're building a park in the section of our town where we don't have housing. In fact, we've forbid ourselves from building housing that direction because of the accident potential zone and the noise zone. Yet we're going to build a park there, and I still have that kind of gut feeling, right? The park should be accessible to the community, and I realize this is a regional park. We're looking to bring ball teams from off island, and have tournaments and stuff. But the parks are for our citizens. The citizens are who pay for these parks, and these parks should be accessible for our citizens, and they should be where our citizens are located, not totally the opposite. I mean, this is probably the least densely populated portion of our city that we're building this park in. So I guess with all of that, to me, this is just kind of the icing on the cake to kind of say that, yes, we need this park, and yes, this park's going to be a great thing for the city, but the timing just may not be right. I mean, we're only one community, and we only have so much revenue to come in, and to continually start projects here, and leave projects half done, and another project half done, to go start another project that will be half done, right? This is just soccer fields and a parking area. This is not a completed project. We're going to have one more project out there hanging, right? The citizens of our community, I think, spoke very loudly when we came up with the Windjammer Park plan. That the citizens had a vision for that to be our centerpiece, and there's so much more to do down there that we haven't done, that we don't have budgeted money to do with yet, and yet we're going to take money away from the possible completion of that vision that our city worked on for years, Years we had public comment, and years we talked about that. To put here and create 2 soccer fields and a parking area for this amount of money, I just have a hard time. I would tend to say I understand time is not on our side, but at the same time it is. Let's face it, we've gone through a sudden increase in construction cost. It was not a gentle, it was not a, just kind of coming along, 2% consumer price index increases each year. We've seen skyrocketing. There's going to be a plateauing at some point. There's going to be something go on in this construction business, some sort of a correction. And while I realize time's not on our side, I have to kind of feel that we're going to be heading on the back side of this curve, that we're not in a position where we're going to continue to see 20 and 30% price increases. We had to make some tough decisions during the crux to this, and as we were wrapping up Windjammer Park, as those prices increases were continuing, and yeah, there was things that if we didn't make a decision right now, we could find ourselves spending an extra $500,000 because of the timing, because the market we were in. I got to feel that we're kind of on the back side of this, and we're at a flattening point, and that time probably isn't as big of an enemy to us on this project as it has been on some other projects. And if we're going to slow this project down and maybe rethink this a little bit, and it sounds to me like there's a few people here who want to rediscuss it, that the additional cost and time delay probably is a pretty darn good risk to take before spending additional money on a project that we just may not be able to complete, or we may find that the people of our community, now that we have this in front of us, this is something for community input, right? The community had the opportunity to give us input when it was $1.65 million park. Wouldn't we like to hear what the community has to say now that it's an $8 million park? Phase 1? So that's my 2 cents. This is valuable information, Mick. Again, I appreciate the heck out of you bringing this forward. Let's face it, you guys could have sat on this, right? This could have been a big shock mid-project, but you didn't do that, and thank you. This is what we need. We need the hard news. This is tough news for all of us to hear, and very disappointing news, but it's news that had to be delivered, and I thank you for doing that. But my tendency would be to slow this down, revisit some of the items that we need to revisit, and give the public some input, time for some input upon this now that we have let's face it, it's a totally different figure in front of us. You take the road out of it, and it's triple what the public originally had input on. And so that's my 2 cents. I realize time's not on our side, but in this case, I think time is what we need to take. This is a lot to digest. Thank you.
Mr. Marshall, do you want to make a comment? I'm trying to give everybody at least
thank you.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't relocation of the ball fields, though, part of the Windjammer Park project? So in order to finish the project, we have to move forward with this project. We can't move the ball fields and finish that one project until we have someplace else to put the ball fields. And so I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Wiesner, but Councilmember. But I see as half of this project, or half of the cost that we're looking at, as being for access road. That's a one-time cost that we're going to have access into the park, and we have to build it up right the first time. Ultimately, we're looking at a $60 million project. And does this first phase, the increase in this first phase, does that increase our total project cost? That's my bigger picture look at it. And so those are the only 2 comments that I had. Thank you.
I want to jump in before Mr. Hoffmeyer just a minute. Mr. Marshall, how many football fields do you have down at Fort Nugent?
We use 3 of the football fields for practice. We practice
Okay.
on 2 of the fields, and then we have a game field. We have to stay off the game field because of the amount of use that it gets with soccer. And so by the time the season's over with, it is definitely wore out.
But it's the lower portion, not the upper portion.
We actually use the baseball field at Fort Nugent, and then the upper field that's directly to the south of the game field. All the soccer fields are used by soccer during our season. Our seasons run concurrent, and so We're full.
We're fighting time too with the school district. They own that, and the majority of Fort Nugent Park is the school district. And they need a new school, and it's going to be where the majority of all those fields are. And we are short now. I hear that from citizens all the time. There is not enough playing fields for any sport, and majority seems to be soccer and football in town. Forget the baseball needs more too, but they're limited. And they're limited to have tournaments because they need 4 baseball fields in order to do it, not 3. And they need flushable toilets. And so the devil's on this side and the devil's on this side too. And I don't know how we're going to solve it, but that also has to come into how we're thinking about this. We can't move the ball fields from downtown to finish Windjammer until we have that. And if the school district builds before we do anything with Fort Nugent, then you've just cut all the leagues in half. I'm serious. I'm not doubting that because we're already short because there isn't space available anywhere else. This park was bought with money because it had 75 acres. You can't put a good-sized field in the middle of, let's say, Titus Park. It's in the old section of town. You can't put a soccer field on there. I mean, that's just it. We are limited to the little neighborhood parks we have that you can't put a soccer field. Look at the problem we got with people wanting to park over by the skate park and the school that was there to use those ball fields, and we're closing off that parking. And so we were maneuvering other parking that there is still space. But I admit, this is a crutch, yes. It's money here and it's money there. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of hard decisions coming up. But I'm betting that the school district is going to build that new school because if they can still keep that, the money from, it's not impact aid, it was extra money that was going to pay for 65% of that one elementary and about 55% of the other. That's not counting the improvements to the old schools. And it's going to be at Fort Nugent, the one new school. So this is going to take, I mean, just to get the 2 soccer fields, and I think we're obligated with a grant that we have to have 50 spaces for those 2 soccer fields. It can't be skimped. You got to have 50, and I don't know, are we going to lose part of the grant because we're not keeping on with the development? I mean, we made obligations when we bought this property with grant money. And so, and the way it was situated, if you came from Elwha, there was a little tiny parking lot there. You had 2 soccer fields, and most of your parking, your 50, were on the other side of that. So I'm just saying there's a lot of questions here, and there would be an uproar if we suddenly lose all those fields for those kids to play on because there still isn't enough for every child to be on one. And one reason for Gun Club was if you take the roster for all the leagues that will be playing there, without a doubt, I'm sure it's 50%, if not more, of Island County kids are on these leagues. Get them to cough up money to improve Gun Club Road. It won't be perfect. It won't have sidewalks. But your heavy trucks that are going in and out to improve that land and stuff, I don't want them going through Elwha. It's a narrow street. They all park on one side. It's windy. It's a development. And I don't want my kid crossing Crosby Road unless I happen to live on the right side. I mean, so there's a lot of things to think, but if we go with, option 2, okay, when we vote on it next time. But there's a lot of things in the mix here. Can't finish the park unless you mill the thing. If they build the school, we lose all that youth activity. And what happens to youth if they don't have some place to go? So I'm just saying, there is a lot, and we need input from all kinds of things. So we are at 6 o'clock right now, and we still have drainage, and city administrator, and planning. So it's got to be a real, okay, yes.
I could go in about 100 directions on this. You know, you go back to the earliest input with City Beach, Windjammer, to see those drawings drawn. I believe it was called for 2 or 3 soccer fields at Windjammer, but we haven't even been able to accomplish that. We're going out for public input again, but the public was pretty adamant. They don't want those ball fields to go away. And it even becomes a legal matter with Andy Andretti and how that land was obtained by the city of whether the baseball fields could ever be moved even. It becomes really interesting if you look into that legal framework on that. Like I said, could go into 100 different things. The question is, though, and I hate to cause a bunch of extra work for staff, but it looks like the numbers are already there just with some adjustments. Is there a way to get a low-level cost analysis of going in off of Elwha, 2 simple grass fields, a hybrid gravel parking lot that is 50 or more spaces, and not clearing the whole property, just clearing a quarter of the property or whatever's needed? I think you would start to see this disparity of 500,000 versus 8.2 million, and I would love to see those numbers.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I interject?
Yes, sir, please do.
I got to compliment you, the council. We do have one other item of discussion, and the questions you've been asking, actually, I think I would like to hold on this part of 1 or 2. Let's go to the next part, and then I'll explain to you why I'm suggesting let's hold off on this part of the discussion, because this may well fit, and it sounds like you're going in the direction of what we're talking about is the next part. So let me get
They get the direction they're looking for on this
He
stuff.
there we
wants to
go.
hold off.
Yeah, I think
Until we
the
hear
direction
another
was to
presentation.
continue with option 2.
So, but let me talk about the big pictures. This is a discussion that actually a lot of what you've been discussing, and I compliment the council for going in this direction, because what we're looking at right now and what has really kind of brought this to the attention is we're looking at this project as we're believing it's definitely going to be more than 1.65, and the numbers we came up with on the planning level we hope are on the high end. But one thing, no matter how you cut this up, the match dollars for the grant right now that we have is $3.5 million. I mean, $350,000. And we're looking from a grant standpoint, this is not the best match and use of the public dollars. So let me go ahead and I'll cover the big picture and talk about some options. But this kind of fits in with some of what you've been talking about. The idea is to develop a strategy plan for the full development. And this would include the phase that we were just discussing, phase 1, which might help you in making the decision between 1 and 2. So what we've done in the big picture is we've created 5 options to take a look at. And one is the current funding of phase 1. We were just talking about that the $350,000 is a lot of money, but in the big picture, that means whatever the difference is to build that park is money that comes out of the city coffer, but also too, that's money that you have lost that you can gain grant leverage money, meaning that if you have $1 million, you can leverage it against maybe $1.5 million. If you spend that $1.5 million without leveraging it against a grant, you've lost it. You can't leverage against money you've already spent. So that's the phase 1 part of the project. So in your packet, there is a funding strategy that targets how to obtain outside fundings that could bring it up to $2.7 million, which is significantly more than the $350,000. That, I'm going to go through the rest of them, but we can come back as part of the discussion. But that shows that there's the ability that we can get a larger portion of money depending upon the decision the council makes. So If you go with the phase one, if you go with the two, you'll have a project on a shelf. You'll have something you can go after that funding strategy. And the 2.7 million is something we believe right now there's funding obtainable within the next 2 years that we can compete for. So the project would be delayed for construction for at least probably 2 to 3 years, but there is a money source out there. The city would get a lot more bang for the money they invest into it. If you go with the phase two all the way to completion in the design, you'll have a for sure number that you can apply against the grant. And that in itself, you can use for match, meaning that if you have a design sitting on a shelf, you are more likely to get more points to win a grant for phase one than if you go into it without a design. They'll give you less money if you don't have a design. The second one is to look at, and again, this is all part of a strategy plan. We're not making a recommendation, we're just presenting this, but the strategy plan is the big picture. So we're not asking for a decision here. The partnership with North Whidbey Park, as was mentioned with the council, the possibility, this is going to be a regional park, and it's hard to imagine that it would be anything but that. You can call it what you like, but I would agree, this is situated, it's a large enough size, this is going to have a huge regional draw, as I'm sure it's going to be as much and probably more than what you currently have at Fort Nugent. It also, too, if you develop a strategy plan, it helps you expand your funding areas. If you have partners on it, gives you more grant opportunities. They love to fund multi-agency or groups. An option, and again, this could be something that could be put in a strategy plan. There's a possibility of diverting city funds, and this would be a choice you don't have to make, not being even asked tonight, but you can identify other park dollars where you're going to move them. And one of the things in doing a funding grant strategy is you take $1 million, you can use that $1 million to apply for 2 different grants. And they usually don't run concurrently. So you can apply for one, you get that grant, you withdraw your other applications. So it gives you more opportunities. So diverting doesn't necessarily mean you're taking it away, but it means that you get some opportunities that you could use money. It could be for Windjammer. If you get the grant, you do Windjammer. If you get the grant for Harbor Heights, you do Harbor Heights. Pay as you go, that is, you have identify an annual budget. You set funding for each year and build the park as you go. And as was mentioned to the council, one of the possibilities is maybe you build a field and you build a gravel parking lot. You just get the function in there. The fields can be lower cost than the top line, but there is some options to go. And the pay as you go, the beauty of that is the public sees a project constantly going on. You do lose some cost in economy of scale, but you can build it up in that portion. And that actually will fit with something I'll be talking about at the very end of this. And the last is you can talk about park bonds. I think right now, from what I'm hearing from the council, that might be one that the community would see. Of course, it is another tax on it, but again, it is an alternative. And then I'm going to finish with this. The park right now, and again, this fits kind of with what the council was talking about, maybe looking at something less, an interim soccer field. There's also other opportunities that can be had. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, the last city I worked for, we had a large partnership in a property about 60 acres with the county. And we had suggested, let's do some interim features. The hiking trail, bike trails, we did a Frisbee. It was amazing. When you start putting those in, some of those, you'll actually get people to come in and contribute and build it, like a motocross. I had a motocross, had bike trails put in. They were paid for by private. They actually came in and built them. We did a dog park. We had dog park lovers that said they would come out weekend after weekend and build it. The Frisbee golf, they said they would come out and build it. If we get the gravel approval for the gravel roads and the gravel parking lots, again, these are temporary features, not the parking lots necessarily, but considered they would be temporary. They wouldn't be part of the master plan. These are features that you could actually bring in if you do a strategy plan. So This one here, we're not asking for you to pick a recommendation. We are asking that if the council, and even if you don't decide, well, we really do need a decision on that first one. But if the council likes the idea of a strategy plan, this is going to give you a long-range plan, and you can have some of the discussion you've had here. You can have something put together. You can say, let's go out to the public. Let's find out, do they like these interims? Do we look at putting in I don't know if I want to call it a temporary soccer, but it's a soccer field that could be improved upon. You could build a soccer field. Don was telling me you can build them for around $300,000 to $400,000 for a nice soccer field. Won't be irrigated, but you'll have a soccer field that you could utilize. So that would be something that could be brought out in the strategy plan. The reason I go back to the last one is that's going to affect also to your strategy plan. So if you go with option one of getting a cost estimate now, you make a decision, okay, you can maybe reduce the park and get it in control. If you are looking at trying to get more grant dollars, so regardless of whether you go with option one or option two, the immediate solution, it might be better to build the park to the full extent, and not build the park, I'm sorry, design the park to the full extent for phase one, get your cost estimate. That'll give you a decision, and that will help you figure out on your funding strategy plan where you want to go. So with that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munkin. Mr. Schuler, I hate to put you in the hot seat again, but you've heard a lot of discussion, and I know in your background you've had some experience. Some things you can see that maybe we're not seeing because you're fresh eyes. We live here, you're just moving here. So if you don't mind to indulge us.
Yes. I can tell you that we, at my previous employer, were working on a park plan just this year, and I was blown away by the cost estimate. These cost estimates are something I have never seen in my career, and you kind of referenced it. We are talking about high inflation that is beyond anyone's understanding, and I've tried to catch up on it, and if you can explain to me what's going on, and you kind of referenced it too, right? I can't, this is outside my area of expertise, but I would tell you from my limited understanding of trying to read the professionals on this, we are entering an era of continued unbelievable high inflation, or we are headed towards some sort of recession of some, or correction of some sort. That makes me nervous. Maybe that won't happen and we'll all be good. But it seems like that's in the cards. Either way, it's going to put a lot of stress on all of us, here throughout the United States and North America. So I didn't answer your question, but that would be another thing to add is that looking at these costs, I have a real example of someone who went to 90% and did those cost estimates, and they are just crazy. I don't know how to explain them. And I sat down with the experts and explained. We're talking even like park equipment. Getting it. So we had a park equipment, and I've built parks before, and I was thinking $300,000, pretty focused, pretty narrow scope, no things that could surprise you, $300,000. The estimate was like $1.1 million to get something that I had just built 5-6 years ago for $300,000. I don't know what's going on. All of you I know have been trying to understand what's going on. So I'm very nervous, not because of anything about Oak Harbor, but just where we're entering, this is going to be a very tough time. So any cost estimate I see, we're going to have to make sure that we're really clear on. So I would just guess add that to your level of nervousness. So I didn't make you feel any better. And so if I'm your doctor, I'm not trying to make you feel better. I'm just trying to tell you your options, right? Yes. And so that would be my limited thing, is that this is very, very issues. But I think you've heard Mr. Munkin presented a very good options for you. I think going either the option one or option two is good because you'll get that information. But then going forward, I think I can just see that it's going to be very difficult to get where you want to go. But I love kind of stepping back and developing a full strategy amongst all the craziness that's going to going on. talking about a park master plan. I haven't read your pros plan yet to understand your park recreation and open space plan. For some of you who don't know, but how, and you mentioned it too, how does this fit into the big picture, right? And I know there's been a lot of discussions about it and that sort of thing, but, and then the second thing I was going to add was this. Part of the issue at my city and part of the issue at a lot of cities is building the park, but it's operating and maintaining the park. And so what I would tell you is that in my area of North King County, South Snohomish County, they were turning more and more to the soccer or the baseball or the football folks to fund a major portion of the maintenance. And again, you may not want to hear that, but that's what they're having a hard time is they can get the grant money to go build it, but what they're having the hard time doing is maintaining it. And so what a lot of them are doing is because the real estate is so expensive, and you're not facing that yet, but I can kind of see Oak Harbor, you're on that 2-hour commute from the craziness of the Puget Sound region, right? But so what they're doing is they'll spend even more money to go build artificial, or field turf so that they reduce their overall maintenance, spend more money on capital costs, and do that right away, and partner with the leagues to get that, because they can all get the grant money, and really focus on keeping it low maintenance, very, very low maintenance. So anyway, those two things, I guess I would, if that helps, I would add those two. Maintenance is probably your biggest problem, not building it. And then number two, just the situation we're in with construction costs are outside even the experts' understanding.
Well, thank you. And I think the city has, over the years, run into problems. We've built something, but we never figured out the maintenance costs before. And sometimes you need to figure out the maintenance before it's built. Mr. Munkin, just a quick question. How long is the shelf life if we go ahead and do the, 60 or 90% design? How long is that shelf life for a project for a park?
3 to 5 years, and usually that's transportation. I would say on a park, 5 years would be a safe estimate. And again, the design itself isn't going to need to be changed. It would be if there's any regulations, and usually it's stormwater, environmental is where your costs get higher. And so, like I said, in the 3 to 5 year, it's not expected to see anything major in the stormwater, especially with our economy the way it's going. They're getting a lot of pressure to keep their regulations down. So you do get a shelf life. Again, your design will not be a throwaway. It'll be whether you have to bring your standard plans, whether you have to redesign any of your stormwater facilities, and if you have to change your specifications for the upgrade. So it is a relatively low cost, usually 10 to 20% on the high end. If you have to do a redesign, your survey doesn't change, your design or the fields don't change. It's going to be your infrastructure for water quality. Your sewer wouldn't change, your water wouldn't change, electric obviously doesn't change. So you do get the life. And something that Mr. Schuler just mentioned, which I think is really a good part, when you develop a strategy plan, that does include maintenance. And I'm glad he did mention that because I did not. But on the second, I'm going to flip here. When you're looking at these alternative interim actions, one thing we did in Lake Stevens, when we were working on the project, all of those items, the hiking trails, the bike trails, motocross, and dog park were all maintained by volunteers. And you will find, with the exception of hiking trails, you will find organizations that will build it. Matter of fact, the Frisbee one, when we called them, they were out there actually installing it the weekend, even though we hadn't gotten approval. We had to stop them. So those groups are out there looking for the property. The only thing the city would face with any of these alternatives, every place I've ever worked that we've done it, they want a commitment of some time frame. And usually they don't argue too much, but that helps them decide how much investment they want to do. And the time frame that I've dealt with is usually in an area of 5 to 10 years. And so you do have the options. So any of these that are shown here on the options, again, not options, these potential elements of a strategy plan, that's nothing that really needs to be discussed today. at this meeting. But if the council wants to go with a strategy plan, that would be very helpful because that would help make a decision, an early decision of what are we going to do with grants on phase one. So phase one, once you get your cost, so we'll go back here for these options, two options. If you go with two, well, let's say if you go with one, you'll get an option, you'll get a decision to make based on a 60% to say we're going to shelf it and your plan just stops. Or you're going to say, let's proceed, and you're going to pay a little extra for them to do that cost estimate. If you go with phase two, you'll get a design that you can shelf, you'll have a full cost, and you'll have a project on a shelf that you can use for leverage to get grant funding. That could be part of the strategy that which goes back, excuse me, flipping on you here, but it goes back to the big picture. If you also go with a strategy plan, that's where you're going to do an early action strategy plan. Let's talk phase one first. Let's talk interim first. Then let's talk about the big picture, which includes possible partnerships, because that's going to be a long-term effort. I'm seeing the strategy plan. You could do an immediate one, a short-term one, which you could probably have out in a couple of months. If you're going to go out and meet and work with potential partners, to get this plan put together, it could be 1 to 2 years. So the question comes in, develop a strategy plan, get it started. If the council wants to do it, you can do a short term, make decisions. The nice thing about it, they can be dynamic, meaning that you can make a decision today, say we're only going to look at phase one and interim. You can then, in the process of the plan, you can say, you know what, right now let's stop and just get that going. And then you can say, now the economy's turned around, let's start doing a long one. Or you can say, let's do it all. But you can do that as you go through. So that's the beauty of a strategy plan. And again, it really boils down to the decision tonight is one or two, because that'll change how you're going to approach this project. One, you're on track right now. You just say, if you go with two, I'm sorry, we're on track right now. If you go with fund, then we go back to the consultant, negotiate to get the next fee, and then we would look at that, see if we can do any cuts, recommendation, bring it back to the council, make a decision. Where do we go from there? So I hope I'm not muddying the water too much. So really, the council, there's two items tonight. One, the immediate, one or two, and that's the short term. The development strategy would include whatever decision you make if the council wants to go with a strategy plan. So this first one, the immediate, is a short range just to address one. The strategy plan addresses one based on your decision of what you do with immediate, and we'll look at the big picture and intermediate interim type fixes or features, I'm sorry. So I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Mr. Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And thanks for that, Mick. I do appreciate that. And I guess just my general thought is I typically don't like to spend money without having the big picture, right? Even if it's a little bit of money, you know, I mean, what are we talking about if we go ahead and proceed with option two? What kind of money are we talking about to pay to get to that 90% design? And let's just say that something changed and we changed our mind as to the access point, or we changed our mind as to the gravel parking lots, or we changed our mind as to something like that. What kind of money would we be out to then go back and go back to another 90% design?
It's going to really depend on what level that you're going to do on it. I'm going to throw a number out that, and again, in a range. Roughly in an idea, it could be anywhere. If it's a very simple one, if you're just pulling the parking lot and putting gravel in, the contractor could or the consultant could probably do that 20,000, 30,000 range. If you're talking about a redesign of fields and regrading, you could be in the $50,000 to $60,000 range. Because you're talking about a pretty significant design. Because they've done what's called a cut and balance. Meaning they've taken the material, they pull it out to lower the grade, and then they push it over the areas that you need to fill. So if you're talking a new cut and balance, you're talking a pretty significant design change. If I can give a recommendation, my recommendation is go with the 90%, see what your numbers, make your decision on how you want to go with the grant funding. Because if they come back and say, gosh, yeah, it's only going to be 1.8 million, and you go, oh, okay, we can handle $150,000 more, roughly, your decision's done. But at the 90%, if they come in at $3 million, you can say, you know what, if we can get $2.7 million grant dollars, let's go with it. So there's a real simplicity going with number two. 90% you can know what it is, you can start your discussion. You can then make a decision. Do you finish the design, or is your design not something you want to do? But the city's already paid close to, well, not quite, but close to $200,000. That this is not money that you really want to throw away. You want to try to salvage as much as you can. So if you go with two, let them do the 90. It'll give you a heads up. You either make the changes and bite the bullet and shelf a project that you have to pay a little bit more for, but you'll get a project at a lower cost. Go for the grant dollars. You'll lose a little time, so you'll lose at least 2 years, and then construct a project that fits more of the scope you have. If you change the road design and you're looking at the strategy, that may also change phase one, because phase one is geared towards gun club. It can work with any of the other roads, but you're going to be putting in gravel roads, temporary gravel roads, until you build the next phase and start putting in the permanent roads. So I'm trying to keep this as least complicated as possible, but phase one is geared towards Gun Club Road, but it can use any of the other access with the gravel road. And again, this is conditioned upon the Planning Commission recommending it. Of course, the council has the final decision on that.
Thanks for that. So to sum that up, we have it sounds like a $20,000 to $50,000 risk to get to the next set of numbers, which we kind of need to have the big picture discussion, because without those numbers, we're just kind of still pulling. Let's face it, we make decisions based upon the information in front of us. We made a decision to move forward with phase one based upon a $1.65 million budget, and that's changed. And so you get why we're kind of trying to wrap our head around this. But we got a $20,000 to $50,000 risk if we were to go in, complete the phase one design, and then find that for whatever reason the council wanted to change the access. But that's only if we were changing away from Gun Club, Heller Road, or 16th Avenue, because I think those are the three options that are out there outside of Elwha. Is that a correct statement? For any of those three options?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
So, Mr. Monken, you kind of need a consensus of, just a minute, Mr. Of whether we want to do option one or two. So council members could hold up a one finger or a two finger so you could kind of see what direction we're going. I mean, we don't need a formal motion, but he needs an indication. So I don't know. Head nod if you say one or the other, but Mr. O'Byrne has a comment. But I'm just trying to see, how do we give him an indication so we're not going to 7 o'clock and we're still talking around on this. So.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and finish this discussion. I was going to go to the next phase, so go ahead.
He needs some type of indication.
Can I just make one quick comment?
Yes.
The only, based on what Steve, our new Public Works Director's comment, we're dealing with inflated prices right now too. So this cost estimate it's going to be based in today's inflated dollars, and what's it going to look like down the road. So I just want everybody to keep that into consideration.
And that is correct.
With option two, with the 2-year delay, that would allow the grant to expire?
Well, that's what I was going to talk to you. It's
Okay,
good lead in.
okay.
I'll
Perfect.
go ahead and lead
Okay.
in. So you gave me an
Perfect.
opening. Thank
So
you.
then
Thank you.
I mean, that's where I'm going to be number 2 as well, but I really want to see that interim plan as well and the cost analysis.
Yeah, let me, in the next slide here, I'll go ahead and lead into, it all ties together. It's interesting how, if you can go to the next slide, the $2.7 million is really dependent upon grant application that's due in May for a $350,000 youth athletic field and another $500,000 grant for parks. The goal really, we did the first phase with only about 27% if it was to come in at 1.7. I think realistically with the grants availability for this, the goal should be around 50% grant funding. And that's what the grant has. It has a 50-50 match, but we gave more money, said we would spend more, so they cut it down to 27% and said, if you want to put in more money, you're welcome to do that, and that's how we got that grant. So the issue is those two are biannual the way I look at it. So we have a window going right now, and the question was about grants. So I wanted to make sure let you know and get your input on that. So if we really want to aggressively go after it, and looking at professionals and calling up other parks and rec directors on figuring out what to do it, it's not uncommon for a project to come in over budget, and the council or the city to go back and say, well, we got to look for more grant funding because it's more expensive. So that's the route. I'm assuming it's 2 million or 6 million or 8. It's not going to be, I don't know, Mick's pretty, I like his optimism with it being lower, but I think realistically, my goal is, my thinking is targeting this on the $4 to $6 million and aggressively go after grant funding. So the timing wise is we've got to start doing it in April, planning for it, partnershiping with other organizations and really aggressively, and then come back and try to get the 350 we have now either extended or let it go, and then come back and reapply for the 350. I'd hope we get the 350, another 350, 500,000, and then in the budget cycle, I don't think the time frame, I don't know the time frame it's at, but there was a lot of, I think the North Whidbey Park and Rec got 500,000 in the budget for, or I don't remember what the dollar amount for roofing, and so there's opportunities there. There might be, if there's really a community input for this, there might be up to 1.5 million in legislative grant in the next budget cycle. So to really come up with a lot of grants and get that phase at the 50% level is my goal.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Evans and just say 1 or 2, and we'll just come around just so that staff knows where we're at and how to apply in April for that grant if we decide to do the 90%.
2.
1.
2.
1.
2.
2.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Heisen is in the meeting.
Councilman Heisen, we may need to go back of 1 to do your option 1 or 2.
Hi, yeah, I popped in the middle of the discussion, so I'm not, I know it's not helpful, but I'm not really comfortable.
All right. Understand. We'll catch you up. I think we have enough direction with the ones here in council. So we need to move on.
As soon as we're done, I'll go back and watch the rest. I'll watch the whole thing, and then I'll email staff.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks.
C, drainage agreement with Island County and Woodby Golf.
Item B.
Harbor Heights Access Road .09 Economic Development Funds grant request.
Okay, thank you. I will go through very quickly. So, this is another road economic development grant opportunity. This would be used for the access roads to Harbor Heights. So, again, this is an economic development grant fund looking at creating full-time jobs We have two road options we've discussed in detail. I won't go through too much of it now, but it's Gun Club Road or the route to Northeast 16th Avenue. These are the potential layouts that we have in concept that the grant would be used for. The cost considerations, about 3.1 million for Gun Club Road, just slightly more than 3.1 million for Northeast 16th Avenue. The construction timeline, or sorry, the project timeline is about 4 months for Gun Club near 16th Avenue. And this would be in support of the regional park. That will become the sports complex, a full build out. We'll have a regional draw once we get to that full build out, but for phase one, we won't have much regional draws. It'll just be 2 soccer fields. 16th Avenue would provide frontage to 10 acres on a county parcel that's currently landlocked. Development of that parcel could support approximately 1.5 jobs per acre or 15 full-time employees over 4 years. So this would provide access to the park, it could become a regional draw, make the development more viable and increase jobs potential. There's the cost share we would have in the grants. Local funding would be $775,000. Again, it would be about 15 FTEs and up to 3 full-time employees for park staff for that operations and maintenance that we've been discussing. So again, this is a grant application due March 31st. We're just looking for some guidance from council on if we should proceed with this application. Thank you.
Questions? Questions? No questions.
Okay, I will.
I'll say I would like to see you apply for that grant.
Sorry, what was that?
I would like to see you apply for that grant.
Okay.
Mr. Marshall?
Yeah, I was just going to say I agree with Councilmember Evans. I would like to see him proceed with applying for the grant, and of the options, I would support coming in off Heller Road. If we're going to do a project of this scope, we need it, and it's going to be a regional draw. The access has to be easy, it has to be recognizable, and I think this gives us the best option. Plus, it fulfills one of our long-term range goals of extending 16th Avenue.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffmeyer?
Yeah, as I said at the start, I'm still a no on this. One of the bigger reasons is it seems like every time something comes to council, it's, well, there's already $200,000 into surveying this, and I'm a no on this access.
Mr. Stuckey? Or if you're not ready, we can...
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if there's any disadvantage to applying for this grant. I mean, it seems like we apply for it, we get denied, no harm, no foul. I mean, we're not entering any money in to obtain this grant. Is that correct?
No, and we didn't do any design on this either. We did it all in-house.
So there's no drawback to just applying. And even if we apply and get it, we can still, I'm concerned about, I like the idea of looking at the LOI as well. I'm just making sure that this does not prohibit that other idea based upon the vote.
No, and this road is in our long-term plan.
Sure, regardless.
So you can go, and you can make it contingent upon the grant. I think the 75% from the county is going to help us. And we took out one of the options. We were going to compete with ourselves. And so now we're not going to move ahead. So this one won't compete with the other items. So we'll make our best push for it. And this is funding opportunity. So this is part of what I talked about earlier, trying to find grant funding to do these things. These roads, and so certainly it has economic development. So we're kind of looking for the input of whether to apply, and then the input of which road, because I don't think the county, we can go to the county commission on, haven't decided which one, but I know we kind of did that with the inexperience when we did the boatyard purchase, and they didn't really like it when we changed things on them. So it turned down the next year, but we came back the next year and did it again. So, and we could keep on applying on these things. I mean, like it took the second time for the boatyard to get approved. So we kind of refine it. My recommendation, this is our only option now, so my recommendation would be to go and apply, and you just tell us which road you want us to apply on, Gun Club or Heller, and whatever we feel like the consensus, we'll go ahead and do that and do our best shot to get the funding.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wiesner?
Yeah, I'm okay with proceeding with the grant. I think there's more discussion to be had.
A road, I mean, we need to name one of the roads to put on the grant
Oh,
application.
no,
Oh,
well,
okay.
yeah, no, again,
Okay.
proceed with the grant. I think there's more discussion to be had down the line,
Right,
but I
right.
think there's no harm in applying
Okay.
for the grant. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. And Mr. Hoffmeyer?
So it was at this point now that you needed to know whether it was Northeast 16th or Heller? Okay, so I guess we'll work through that. Secondly,
It's Gun Club or Heller.
going back to last fall, there might have been an update since then, that's why I'm asking. Phase 2 was still calling for access off of Elwha. Is that still in Phase 2?
We didn't plan Phase 2 access, but it was to the south. We did two options for Phase 1 is what we did. And so when we brought it to council, but whatever Phase 2, you can redesign. We haven't started the design for Phase 2. You don't have to do Elwha. I mean, you don't have to do, you can put it anywhere on that piece of property when we come back again. Because all it is we did a preliminary plan and we just gave two options for Phase 1.
So it would be Elwha or another $4 million road. I'm still trying to get my mind wrapped around this. I don't think council is going to want a second $4 million road, so it certainly seems like Phase 2 would then be Elwha on the south. So that's why I say start there. Anyway, I was no on the grant, so I don't even know which of the two roads I would pick, but a continuance of Northeast 16th, being that was in the long-range plan, certainly seems like it would make more sense than Gun Club. However, on Northeast 16th, an extension of Northeast 16th off of Oak Harbor seems to make more sense than Heller, and then I know you run into some of the time constraint issues. But if we're already going to delay the park 2 years, I think coming in Northeast 16th off of Oak Harbor makes a lot more sense. Anyway, a lot of moving pieces.
Councilman Heisman? Tara?
Yes?
Do you want to weigh in on applying for the grant and which road?
Sorry, my power's been cutting in and out, so I'm only getting bits and pieces. I'm a yes on the grant.
Okay.
And I missed part of the road conversation. I apologize.
Okay, so you would be okay with either road, just apply for the grant and see if we can get it?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
And I'm also applied for the grant. And I think Keller.
I'd like to clarify, I didn't mention a road. I'd support Heller on this grant.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council members and Mayor Pro Tem.
You're welcome. Thank you, Alex. All right, drainage agreement with Island County Would-Be Golf Club.
Good evening, council. This is Brett Arvidsson, and I'm going to present on this one. I'm going to talk about the Would-Be Golf Course. It's actually Would-Be Golf Course and Country Club, but we're going to call it Would-Be Golf Course for simplicity's sake. And it's a renewal of an existing drainage agreement. Next slide, please. Talk about background history. We've had this contract for a long time. The original contract was executed in 2002. It's a three-party agreement between the city, the Would-Be Golf Course, and Island County. This agreement contains provisions for maintenance of stormwater facilities in the golf course drainage basin. So one of our 11 drainage basins is named the golf course drainage basin because there's a golf course in it. This golf course drainage basin is part of a larger basin that ultimately discharges into Swan Lake. So this drainage basin is actually quite large. It drains over 2,500 acres, and the city has approximately 495 acres within our city limits. This agreement expires in March of 2022, so it is in the process of expiring, and so we are planning on renewing it. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about the overall drainage basin where it sits. Like I said, this is a large basin. It goes all the way up past Highway 20 up by Monroe Landing in the drive-in up there. And then that's the area that's the city is concerned about is this green area. And it's kind of hard to tell if these lines. I'll have a better map in a future slide. But the red lines there indicate the city limits. And the interesting part of that area is we have two large areas within the city limits that are still within the county. They have not been annexed. Eventually, this drainage basin, like I said, does discharge to the west into Swan Lake. Next slide, please. The scope of the original agreement, it contained provisions for operating and maintaining stormwater facilities mutually beneficial to the city, the county, and the golf course. These facilities include a stormwater pump station, Lower's Pond, some smaller ponds, and conveyance across the golf course, and the main drainage way. The main drainage way is actually a creek, and it actually has a natural resource designation. A lot of people call it a ditch, but actually it is a creek, and actually a substantial one. The golf course maintains the ponds, the drainage way, and the stormwater pump station. And it's not only serves the golf course, but it serves public areas both from the county and from the city. So it is actually a regional facility that's privately owned. The original agreement contemplated that, and we've continued this relationship for a while. Like I said, these facilities are necessary to serve the area and avoid flooding of homes along Fairway Lane. There are elevation and capacity limitations in that area. That area at one time before the golf course there, I understand, was a major swamp that we see here on the island. We also provide some downstream conveyance and maintenance beyond that on Beachview Farms was in the agreement, though it's not a major portion. Next slide, please. This shows the basin in a little more detail. If you look at I guess that would be the south side of that by Fort Nugent. That's where the creek enters the city limits. It crosses under Fort Nugent, enters the Lower's Pond, which is on the golf course. That pond is controlled by an outlet control structure, which then discharges into the creek, and it flows around across Fairway Lane into the county, and then eventually over to the Beachview Farm drainage way. Now, the pump station we talk about is on the north end of that, and that serves a lot of this residential development to the north and east of the pump station. So these flow across the golf course and into the ponds next to the pump station. Eventually, the water does discharge into the creek. One reason we do some downstream maintenance is that creek has a very flat grade for the first 500 feet downstream of Fairway Lane, and so if it gets clogged with vegetation and such, we'd start losing capacity. Next slide, please. So anyway, the original agreement was based on a flow contribution equation established in 2002. There was a technical study. This was a part of also development in the area. And so that was one reason we entered into the agreement. And for the last 20 years, the city has paid 56% of the operating costs and any capital expenses, which haven't been very many. These expenses include labor, materials, electricity, pump maintenance, and equipment replacement. And generally, these expenses were billed annually and carried in the stormwater budget. So, like I said, this has been an ongoing expense for us for a while. Next slide, please. Talk about the new agreement. The basic cost structure of the agreement remains in place. There's not major changes in it. The city, the county, and the golf course have remained contract parties. Getting a three-party agreement together was a little more difficult this time, but I think we're pretty much in agreement on this. We've changed the contract terms from 20 years to 10 years. It was a 20-year agreement before, but we feel that's too long a period not to revisit. So we've shortened the time frame to 10 years. We've updated and clarified labor rates and equipment rates. The golf course has requested quarterly billing, which is okay with us. For them to hold the cost for a whole year is, it's hard on them also. We did add some language about operational reliability. We've had a period where the pump station was down, and we were actually supplying equipment for them in the interim, and that went on for several months. And so that's a bit of a burden on us. So we do have additional language for that. We have developed an expense breakdown, which will be Exhibit D of the contract, and I'll show you that right now. Next slide, please. This is Exhibit D. I'm just showing you right now, but we'll come back to this and I'll come back to this slide in a few minutes. Next slide, please. The new agreement, Exhibit D, the costs will include what we call annual operating costs, periodic expenses, and possible capital improvements. The annual operating costs are costs to clear vegetation, pitch ditches, electricity, and operating the pump station. Periodic expenses are some things that we do on a more periodic basis, like we'll do some major cleanings every 3 to 4 years or that type of activity. Also, there's some things that are on an as-needed basis. So if we have a major repair or need to buy some new equipment, that'll show up, and so that's contemplated in the agreement. And we are looking at some capital improvements. I'll talk more about those in a minute. The periodic and capital expenses require pre-approval before expenditures. So before we can spend those items, we need to agree to that and agree to the need of them. And so that would give us the ability to control that cost. Capital expenses that may or may not be needed. In discussions with there may be some capital improvements. We're not sure if they're necessary or not. They're going to require some further study. If a capital expenditure is approved, the city requires 2 years to put the project into the stormwater budget. So if we do come up with a project, then we will have to then go through our normal budgetary process to get it into the budget. So it will be reviewed at that point. The agreement as it stands now does not present a major cost increase over the existing expenditures. Like I said, we've been doing this for a long time, and there's no major cost increases based on that. So next slide, please. So I'll come back to Exhibit D here. Like I say, it's broken into 3 different tables. I don't know if you can read them very well, but the first part is annual expenses. That's mowing, cleaning ditches, it's also brush removal, tree removal, of course, electricity for the pump station. There's also some on-site stuff going not in the main drainage area, but some of the side drainage areas that require maintenance too. And right now, we're estimating that about $5,800 a year total, and of course, our share of that would be 56%. We have some periodic expenses that are on as needed or on an infrequent basis. So we'd like to eventually dredge some of these ditches once every 3 years, maintain the pumps and valves. So if we have something that breaks, we have to replace it. So we're anticipating that on an as needed basis. And it's not going to be very much, $1,000. The dam itself, while it doesn't provide a lot of benefit to the city, it's important to the drainage structures. So right now it has some leaking and stuff going on. So there's some grouting and some minor activities, repairs that may be necessary to that. We do have pump replacement anticipated. So we, in 2021, we bought a new pump. We replaced the existing pump and bought a new pump. So we do have those programmed for replacement. The original pumps lasted, almost 20 years and they gave up the ghost, but typically those things should be replaced in the 10 to 15 year time frame. So that's anticipated. And then any work that we do down on Beachview Farms in terms of cleaning out that area would be on a periodic basis and go from there. Now we're looking at some potential capital projects, and we're not sure if they're needed yet, but we just have identified them to that. One is Deep in Ponds 10, 11. These are ponds right next to the pump station. Well, they're of course Gulf ponds, but they also provide detention and control volume storage for the pump station. So they provide some addition. If we have an emergency, they give us time to mobilize a transfer pumpers like that. So the golf course would like to deepen them. We're not sure if it's necessary, but we'd like to take a look at it. Maybe some contract engineering support. In 2020, we had some high flow events. We had that big storm come through and we had some circulation of flows. So we'd like to take a little harder engineering look at that. We do have this would probably be done by the city or through our consultant. Our stormwater model has that area modeled at a fairly high level. So we'd like to take a little more microscopic view of that and see what's going on. It could be a maintenance issue, or we could have some capacity limitations, but that would drive any decisions. And then if we need to renovate the Lowers Pond Dam or just even change the operation of it, that would we would take a look at that in that model also. Again, those costs are as needed and not agreed to, but we would have to agree to them before we initiated on those. Next slide, please. So the new draft agreement is complete and under final legal review. We intend to present the agreement at the April 5th City Council meeting. The final agreement will be contingent on Island County and Woodby Golf Course approval. Like I said, it's a three-way agreement, so how we close this thing. So if we agree to it, the county commission meets after we do. So, and I'm not sure when the golf course will do their process, but whatever we do, we'll have to have all three signatures before it becomes in effect. Anyway, any questions?
Mr. Albertson, if we're going to vote on this in April, I need to see the documents in my packet because I could not read it from here. I'm sorry, they were just too little, and it's hard to follow you. So
actually, we will have a draft agreement in the packet for you. Yes.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council? Not at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Oburn, it's your turn.
I would recommend, in the interest of time, that you if you have any questions regarding the city administrator's report, that you just contact me offline.
All right, we can do that. We have your email address.
And my phone number.
And Mr. Goldman, what?
No way.
No way?
I mean,
okay.
I recommend that we table this discussion until the next meeting.
Well, thank you for all your time. And Chief Merrill, thank you for sitting this out. And Barbara, also, you get gold stars. And we can just adjourn. Thank you very much for your time. And if you need other information for the next meeting in your packet, be sure to ask the city clerk. Thank you.